looking? Okay, wait. Are you looking at the work that I'm doing and pulling a palette, or am I looking at the work that you're doing and pulling a palette, or are we just both randomly? Because I don't think I've been looking at the palette, but we both have a purple dog. We both have something pink, and we both
Wow.
have something brown.
No, my phone is above my head right now, but that's cool. We're
It
just
is
like psychic linked.
shockingly like close
What?
color palette. That's weird. Okay. I
Cool.
was not expecting that one bit, but there it is. It's time for Gab'n Doodle. Hey, how y'all doing? It's a Thursday night, which I'm trying to get my feed up here. There we go. It's a Thursday night, which means it's Gab'n Doodle, which means we're gonna have on a special guest, and that special guest is gonna be joining us in just a little bit. And I'm gonna give you a little heads up. They've already shown up in the viewers. They've requested to join even. Ooh, wow, look at that. They're on top of it. So tonight, we are going to have a lovely evening. The guest that we have on deck is the one, the only. Let me see if I can get it going. We'll start with this one. The one and only Kayla Harren, who's done all these, A Family Like Yours, A Voice Like Yours, A Boy Like You, A Girl Like You. There's a whole series that they've done, along with a variety of other books. This one I hadn't read before, and then I got a chance to read it and recently, and it is wonderful. This is The Boy Who Grew a Forest, and it's a nice sort of celebration of nature, let's put it that way, and a variety of things. So we're going to have Kayla Harren on tonight. And we're going to have a conversation. I know that Kayla is, I believe, in Minnesota, which is where I grew up, so we might have some conversation about that. But it's been so long since I've been back there, so I don't know if I'll be actually on top of it. And Frank Murphy Books is here, who also has written a variety of those, A Boy Like You, A Girl Like You, A Voice Like Yours, etc. And so that's nice that they joined. So let me let in our special guest, and we'll get going for the night. I have found it. There we go. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. There was a little delay in the audio there for a second, and I just didn't know if it was on my end or not. How are you?
Good. Speaking of delay, happy belated National Fart Day.
It's it's a celebration I didn't even know about until someone pointed it out the other day. And then my wife went and found old video and clips from a previous iteration and put it up there. I don't know if you celebrate yourself.
Well, I told my husband that it was, and he celebrated fully. He celebrated hard.
He sounded the horns for the celebration. Well, thank you for joining us tonight. We're big fans of yours in the household here, and I've been sort of paying attention to you and your artwork for some time, and we're very glad to have you on. This is a night wherein I'm not going to be as tired as I normally am, and so I don't know how lively I'm going to be. Well, hopefully we'll get I will get wacky as we go along. But thank you for joining us, and I would ask if you can do me a small favor right up at the front for all those that don't know who you are, which they should. But can you give them a little rundown of who you are? Is Peter your husband?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just wrote rude.
I had to call you out.
Yeah. Everybody go on and shame Peter Harren.
Exactly. No, congratulate him.
Yeah, congratulate. There you go. There you go. Tell him he is a wonderful participant in a day that needs celebration. Anyway, can you tell people who you are and what you do?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm a huge fan, and I've been watching a bunch of these, so it's very weird to like look at the screen and be like, "Wow, that's my face." I have to say stuff. I am an illustrator. I went to the School of Visual Arts in New York City to study illustration, and I got my first book published in 2017, and that was Mary Had a Little Lizard. It was a wordless picture book that I wrote and illustrated.
Wait, your first book was in 20. How many books have you had since?
It's about a little over 30.
How?
It was like, it was a very, very slow start. Graduated from school and then just got rejection after rejection after rejection for 5 years. But then once I got in, I like had constant work.
Full steam ahead. Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking like 30 books. Let's say 2017. It's been 7 years, roughly.
Yeah, I'll trust you.
I mean, that's like 4 books a year. That's a ton of books. That's amazing. I'm nowhere near that, and I'm like, not only am I shocked at the number, but also like perplexed as to how you can get all that done in that time frame.
I don't know. And for some reason, I really like highly detailed illustrations with lots of people. So I don't know why I keep doing it myself.
What have you?
100 people on a
Yeah, have you slept at all?
Yeah, I love sleeping. So I feel like I have a good balance. I don't have kids. So I think that's just the thing. And I like working, and my husband's a tattoo artist, so we just like do our art together. So spending time together is often working. So
yeah, gotcha. Do you have a shared studio space of some sort?
Well, for our whole careers, we just work in our house. So we have like a little studio apartment. Well, it's a little carriage house. So there's like a garage, and then we live above the garage. So it's just like kitchen, bookshelves, our desks. So we like work with each other. And then this is the first year that I have a studio. So I'm in a little studio. I've got my puppy back there with me. Yeah, so I've only had the studio sort of in the winter, and it's freezing, and so I have to turn the heater on a couple hours before I come out here. So there's like preparation to get out here, and I got this place so that I could be messy because I'm super uptight normally, and all my paid work is digital, so I just need my computer. Really.
The is it near your, like, it's a separate building from where you live, or is it?
Yeah, but it's right next.
It's next, like, yeah. There's people that I know that, like, especially what you coming from SVA, people I knew that were down in New York, and they would have, buy a studio or rent a studio space somewhere in town, and they'd have to go walk across the city to get to it. And I'm thinking, on a snowy day in the middle of winter, like, I just don't want to do that. And so, like, mine's in a basement. And it's a finished basement, but it's still like, it's at least different than the space that I live in, which is, I think, helpful. But you're distant. How far is it? Like 10 feet away, or is it a trek?
Like 10 feet.
Yeah, okay.
It's luckily very
You
close.
can reach out that window and get something from another window across the way.
Absolutely, yeah. Toss something to the other house. We could have those like cans on a string.
Yeah. I'm thinking of all the opportunities there for silliness. So tonight we're going to be doodling. I know that you had mentioned previously in the messaging that you were going to be doing something with dogs. Okay. I decided I actually am waiting for a contract to come in at this point for a board book that has dogs in it, and so I'm going to do a dog piece tonight as well, just to get. It's one of those things, like, I don't draw a lot of dogs. I don't know why, but we got to get used to it in order to do it. So
yes,
we will manage.
Your life. Your life.
Is that your only dog in the background?
I have 2, but this is the one who's just like attached to me.
Gotcha.
So he goes everywhere I go.
Big dogs?
Yeah, they're like 60, 70 pounds.
Both of them?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they like laying on top of me.
Yeah, I was going to say, do they lay in the bed with you?
Yeah. And then we have like our little couch, and then everybody just piles on and puppies all over me. I'm just as needy for them as they are for me. They're very needy, and I feel like I've created monsters out of them.
We have 2 little dogs. We used to have a big dog, like a 60, 70 pound, and she took up a huge portion of the sofa, and we won't let her up on the bed. And then we got these little dogs, and they take up nothing, and they lay in the bed, and there's not. I mean, they're like yay big. And that's it. And so, like, what a change. But I'm always mesmerized by those people that have giant dogs in their bed, because I'm like, where do you have room?
Well,
how can you?
we do have like dogs that want to sleep in our bed, but because one of our dogs is so needy. I had a bed for him on the ground right next to me, so I could just roll over and, we're close enough, but that wasn't close enough for him. So my dad built a stand, so now his bed is
Oh.
next to mine, but just like level. So it's like an extension of our bed. Solves the problem.
It's like a baby bassinet that's like there for a dog.
Yeah. Reach over and pet him.
Very, very cute. So tonight we're going to be working the standard stuff that I say up front. You've probably heard this before, but if the internet goes out, we continue on. Unless something drastic happens, then we just hop back on as soon as we can. At the end of this, I will post the stuff to YouTube sometime this weekend. And then the other thing is, if you need to leave at any point, don't hesitate. I know you're Central Time Zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, as long as you want to stay, as short as you want to stay, I won't be offended in any way. I understand. I want to be respectful of your time, but also am very honored that you're even willing to spend some time with us on a lovely Thursday night. And then the other question I have for you, my wife is watching.
Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren and Mrs. Hoffy, or Mr. Shoffy, as some people have referred to her. It's kind of weird that she has her thing is, oh no, it's Mrs. Yeah, okay, never mind. I was just thinking, like, she uses my name on certain things, not just last name, but like there's references to me, and I'm like, that's weird. Anyway, okay. Outside of that, what materials are we using tonight? Because I know that you're primarily digital, right?
Yeah, okay. I am. That's just the paid stuff that I can do really, really quickly. I think that's how I do it quickly, is it's digital. Okay. But when I get to use materials, I have a whole bunch. So we've got a bunch of colored pencils, a variety of Holbein. I've heard you pronounce it Holbein.
There's Holbein pencils?
I think, yeah. Let me find one.
This is news to me.
Faber-Castell. Let's see. I swear I just saw one. I have a whole variety.
The only ones that I've heard that are like...
Not that you can read this.
I just never have heard of a Holbein pencil. That's cool. Like, if they make the colors they make in acrylic gouache, then I'm all over it. Interesting. Okay. Okay.
So yeah, Prismacolor, Faber-Castell, a whole bunch of those. And then I've got my little travel koi neon watercolor kit.
Yep.
And this one's super fun because the colors are so bright. They're like neon, and some of them have little sparkles in them. And then I've got Copic markers, the alcohol markers. And then I love little travel tins because I go to figure drawing, and so I need like travel stuff. So I have also Holbein gouache that's just I've arranged a palette in this little cigar tin.
Wait, are you a cigar smoker?
No, I think I got it from my brother-in-law.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, it's a weird, like, I've heard of cigar boxes. I haven't heard of cigar tins. I was like, are you a connoisseur of the cigars?
Absolutely not. But I am a connoisseur of tiny little tins.
Yeah. We had who was it that was on just recently? It was Annie Castillo had the same thing where it was like a little Altoids tin that she was so proud of, like making her own little like kit in it. They are wonderful. You can go buy them, but like at a certain point you just find any old tin and put stuff in it and you're good to go. So I'm gonna have questions throughout the night, and I have questions especially about sort of the longevity of the series, I'm gonna call it a series. I mean, I guess they kind of are in a series, but of working sort of over that. I'd love to hear about that. But why don't we set up our cameras? I know you've done online before, if I remember correctly, which means we can set stuff up and sort of get going. And we can chat. And I have a feed up that's got about I'm going to say about a 15-second delay somewhere in there. And so I should be able to see stuff as it happens and answer questions as we go along.
Great.
Sound good?
Sounds
okay.
Great.
All right, I'm going to switch my camera and get going here. And well, I'll watch from my end just to make sure stuff sets up properly, but as long as you keep it vertical.
I have my stuff on a little stand. It's like a little
Like a little easel?
Yeah, a little easel because I have a bad neck, so I'll try and angle it.
That's perfect right there.
Okay.
Absolutely perfect. Um, that made it very easy. Sometimes it's a challenge for people trying to figure out how to change their cameras. Do you have a mount for your camera of some sort?
Yeah, it's on a tripod.
Oh, okay. There you go. I was gonna say it's super easy for me because I've been using the same like ring lights phone thing for years at this
Oh,
point.
yeah.
It's easy to manage. So tell me a little bit, because I have, I'm going to ask you questions again. If any question is off limits, I'm not going to ask you super personal things, hopefully. But if there's anything that goes way off topic or whatnot, just let me know and we can shift gears easily. But tell me a little bit of history, sort of. I know SVA, and sort of coming out of that. When did you graduate from SVA? Was it? And the reason why I ask is not because I want to find out age, but more so just like logistically, what was the market like when you walked out?
I graduated in 2011.
2011. Okay.
Yeah. And the market for me was not the stuff I was making for at least 5 years. I started out making really silly books. Like I mentioned farts because farts are like, I love a good fart joke. My first book dummy that I ever made once I graduated and I just started writing dummies and trying to send them out and get published was called A Fart in the Fort. And that did not go over well. so I noticed that, like, I think this was just how the market worked, or maybe it's just the type of art I was making, but each book I worked on got a little bit more serious. Like, I started out with a book called Hannah's Tall Order, which was about a girl just making like this crazy, silly, messy sandwich order that was just fun. And then they progressively got more and more about like be a good person and be inclusive, and there's like a divorce one, just like real serious heavy stuff.
Was that a cognitive choice to shift towards that, or was it something that just naturally your interest went towards that, or was that just the market itself, like the books that you were being offered, sort of?
Yeah, that's what I was getting hired to do. That's what people were requiring of me at the time, and I was such a like, oh yes, I'll do whatever you say, whatever book, if you're offering me a book, I'll do it. And I've never worked on a book that I haven't liked, because each book I learned something new, so it's always been fun. Like, it's good, I'm happy with the trajectory, but it was just kind of not what I expected. I really thought I would be doing silly stuff, and I think maybe like there was really a market for people. Like, they didn't want to see necessarily animals doing people things. There was like a movement to have more people doing people stuff. And one of the critiques I got in my college graduate like review, I guess portfolio review, was that I didn't draw people very well. They were like, your animals are fine, but your people like not as strong. And so I think maybe I took that as a challenge where I really wanted to work on people so that it wouldn't be a weakness for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that is and I'm gonna make a blanket statement. I think that is probably a weakness for a lot of the kidlit world, because of just the love of like cute animals and the flexibility of animals compared to people. I think sort of draws a lot more people towards it. I mean, I will admit myself that the reason I have challenges with drawing people, and it's not the drawing of the people, it's the consistency of texture on people for me that's a challenge. But inherently, it's the same sort of argument of like, it's easier to draw or more fun to draw cute little animals than it is to draw people, and so I like most people sort of lean on that. But you've sort of made a name for yourself for drawing people, and in particular like a lot of and a wide variety of people, like making sure there's lots of, like you said, inclusivity across the board in all of the books. Is that something that, like, again, you aim towards, or is that something that just naturally sort of comes out as you make?
Well, the inclusivity is definitely intentional now, and it's just like super fun. I just notice people out in the world, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta like remember that hairstyle or that nose to chin ratio. Like there's just so many cool looking people, and I want to draw them
I
all.
like the nose to chin ratio is a fun. Uh, I know what you're like the variety of shapes and sort of structures of people are so varied, and oftentimes in drawing they come together and form I don't want to say like a more common or generalized shape
Yeah.
in a lot of people's work, and so like being able to showcase that variety, I think, is huge. Um, is it, so you come out you in out of school, and you said it was a slow start.
Yeah.
For those that are watching that are concerned about sort of like, are they having too slow of a start? What did slow start mean for you? Was that, months, years? What did that
It meant
entail?
it meant 5 years of consistently making work. Like I would write a story, make a book dummy about it, and then send it to all the art directors who accepted unsolicited manuscripts. And I would send postcards to people on my mailing list. And I was just constantly trying to reach out to people. And then it's like, I say I got rejected, but I mostly just got no response at all.
Yeah.
So that was the rejection. Yeah. So it wasn't even good enough to warrant a rejection. I just heard
Did you
nothing.
still have the rejections though? Like the actual where they responded and said no?
No, because it never happened. Like it was
Oh,
just
okay.
they would give me nothing. I would send things and get zero
I,
response. So I have
I
the rejections carried around in my heart for
I
sure.
think some of this, like, maybe it sounds like I predate you in the sort of breaking into the industry and sort of coming out of school and whatnot. And I know that when I started, I saved my first rejection letter.
Yeah.
It was a letter, which tells you a lot right there. It was not an email, and I don't even. It's somewhere in my house in some bin stored away. But it was a like uh, I don't know. I don't want to say it was a badge of honor, but it clearly was like, I need to hold on to this because at some point it will be silly that I got this, and and I can prove them wrong, kind of situation. Um,
I love
but
that. I love when people do
th-
that.
that's also kind of rare, like you said. I mean, you hint at the idea of like a lot of times you get nothing, and it's I don't know if that was that more frustrating to you, or was that sort of just a known that's what's going to happen.
Oh no, I was terrified. I thought this is never going to work. I had zero confidence. I don't understand how my parents were so supportive of me and just like they were the ones encouraging me. I was like, I gotta stop trying. This is kind of pointless. There's obviously no sign from the outside world that
Yeah.
I should keep doing this. And I got a desk job color correcting photos because I just felt like I'm just kind of wasting space and felt terrible. And then I told myself I'm going to try one more time to write a book dummy and send it out, and if this gets rejected, that's my
Yeah.
sign that it's just not going to work out. And like who knows if that actually would have happened, because luckily it was the Mary Had a Little Lizard manuscript, so I made that while I was working at that desk job. And then I was like, once I get this published, I'm going to quit my job because my career is going to take off.
And it was still
Oh
slow.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And like every success comes with more rejection. So like I got that book published and I was like, this is awesome, this is great. And then it wasn't even on my radar that books get reviewed because I was just like a
Uh,
nobody. And so I was so excited. My book was listed on Amazon. It was going to be published. And then I was over at my dad's house and he was looking online and we were like, this is so cool. You have an Amazon page. And then he was like, oh, look, there's a review. A review came in
oh
for it.
no.
And I was like, what? A review? And he was like, Kirkus. What's this Kirkus? And so he read the review faster than I did because I was sort of in shock and I was like reading over his shoulder. And he was like, oh, I'm sorry. And I was like, what? So it got a very like mediocre to lukewarm, just like blah review. And I
Yeah.
was like, absolutely crushed. I thought, like, people are going to see this, other art directors are going to see it, and they're never going to hire me because they're going to see that I have like a terrible book and it got a bad review. So yeah, like just like I achieve something and then get shut down, achieve something and then it's like, oh, it's actually not as great as you think.
I forget my my first book, I don't remember what the reviews were. It was a small sort of independent publisher in Canada, and so I know that it got reviewed, but I don't remember what they were. But my second book was my self-authored one, and Kirkus. I remember I got the Kirkus, like it got a star in Publishers Weekly, which I was like, great. And then Kirkus came out, and it said something along like, you know how that little one-line tag that they pull at the end, and mine was, it was something like, it was like, oh, what was that? I can't remember. My wife will probably know if she's listening, but it was something that was along the lines of like pointless.
Oh no.
And I forget what the word was they used, and it crushed me for a while. I was like, I can't believe that they said this. And then someone pointed out to me, and hopefully no one from Kirkus is watching, but the nickname Kirkus Jerkus.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, like, got thrown at me, and I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. That, like, then they explained the logistics of, like, they're anonymous, so they're maybe a little bit harsher than other ones because there's no fallback on who it was and whatnot. But it, I remember seeing that first Kirkus review, and now, like, when I get decent Kirkus ones, I'm like, hey, all right, I'm doing it.
That's a huge achievement. Yeah, I still remember exactly my line. It was a little muddled and ultimately failing to break new ground.
Yeah, like, what does that even mean, muddled? Like,
it's so dumb.
It's into the review thing. Do you go on Goodreads at all ever?
No, I like learned my lesson after that. Once I got that review, I was like, I just don't know, because it didn't affect my career. People still hired me again, and I think it's just better that I don't know it, because I do still like hear that line over and over again. It doesn't mean anything. I don't want to know it.
I've told the story on here before, where in that book, the first authored book that I had came out, and the day that it published, a teacher somewhere wrote me an email to tell me how much they hated the book and how
rude.
And it was just, it's a book about a tomato and a fruit bowl, but they have this complaint about like how you know, they've been fighting against the idea of what's a vegetable and what's a fruit in class, and the scientific version versus the cooking version. And when I'm like, it's just a silly book. It's not meant to be that deep, but like, it ruined the publishing day for me. Like, they could have wait a week and let me live a little bit before you do that. Okay, that's sad conversations. Let's jump to happy conversations. Obviously, that first book.
Maybe it'll be helpful. Maybe it'll be helpful for people to know that, like, you can still have a happy life, and those kind of things can happen to you in your career. It's not.
And you can still sell books even with bad reviews.
True. Still sell.
It's subjective at best, and as long as you're willing to like ride the storm, there's going to be someone out there that likes that book in some shape or form. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I find that some of the books that are probably my least favorite of mine still get people writing me saying, "Ooh, I love that book." Ooh. And I'm like, "Oh, I don't. It's not the one that I would gravitate towards, but it's not like it's a bad book, but it's just not on the top of my list." Do you get fan reactions at this point?
Not really. Most of the fan like mail I get is just people who want me to illustrate the book they wrote. Not a whole lot of just like, I love your work, great job.
Yeah. Do you have a canned email that you send back to them at this point?
Yeah, and like I do, you know, like carefully consider, and it's not like, oh, these people keep reaching out to me, oh, it's the worst, but I do like always send them to SCBWI just because it's so helpful. Like, if they haven't gone there first, like most of the people, if they're reaching out to me, it means they haven't done the research. Really, they haven't gone to SCBWI. They don't like know the process.
Yeah, because once you join that, it's pretty clear that there is a order and structure to things that make it easier on everybody. I mean, I didn't know a lot of that stuff until I joined SCBWI back in the day. And now that I know it, it's very easy to sort of like spot, like you said, when people have paid attention or when they've overstepped the process in a way. And or the one that I get, and I don't know if you get this too, but I mean, obviously self-publishing is a challenge, but a lot of folks who just don't understand what it takes to be an illustrator
Yeah.
and what's involved, and how much they're willing to invest in it. And so there's lots of education that happens to get people up to speed. So tell me some of the successes. Like we just talked about like the tough start. And I think that's really important for people to hear, just the idea that like it's not an easy industry.
Mm-hmm.
It's not all a cakewalk of any sort. But what are some of the like, and I don't know if I've asked anybody this on here before, but like what's a highlight for you? And not necessarily that has to be a book or that has to be a like a big career moment, but what would be a highlight in your art making over the years that sort of like counters all the bad news?
Ooh, that's tough. I'm gonna get like called out for being a negative Nancy because I feel like so much easier to talk about my
Yeah.
failures. The community, like definitely meeting other artists. That has been awesome and inspiring. And I love that. And just like the cool authors I get to meet, like I get to do book events and hang out with Frank Murphy. Like that's so cool, meeting just really cool people. I love my agent. I love all the clients I've worked with. They're just like cool, creative, nice, supportive people.
Yeah. It's funny because I ask the question to students all the time, and I asked the question recently on here of like asking people to brag about what they're good at. And it is, I think it's, and I don't know about you, I don't know what SVA was like for you, but when I went to school, and even me being a teacher now, there's so much critique that happens on a regular basis that your brain
Mm-hmm.
just immediately goes to, okay, I need to look for the things that are wrong and not look for the things that are right. And so you sort of gravitate towards, like you said, I can tell you all the things that I do wrong so much faster
Yeah.
than all the things I do that are good. And I think it's just inherently that's been ingrained into me for, years and years, whether it be in school or outside of school or crit groups or whatever it may be. How do you counter? So beyond just the like individual things that we're good at or bad at, how do you counter that notion in your head of um, the I'm not good enough or I see the faults kind of situation?
I just like pet my dogs. I just I keep so busy that I don't have time to think
Yeah,
about it. I just like being useful, I like being productive, and I'm usually working on a book so fast that I don't have time to really think about, is this good? Because if I have enough time to think about that, I'll probably be like,
yeah,
no, it's not.
you'll stall out. What? Okay, so when you say fast, what? Because obviously, like 4 books a year seems insane to me. I don't understand how you can do that. Um, Now, obviously, I'm not a full-time freelancer at this point. I have teaching and whatnot, so
Mhm.
there's a limitation on time for me.
Yeah.
But I still don't understand how, with even if you're full-time, how you can fit that many books in and still, have a life outside of the studio.
Yeah, I am like always comparing myself to people on Instagram, which I know is what you're not supposed to do, but there's people who do even more than
Oh,
that. So I feel like that's not even
like
that many.
Dan Santat, where I'm always like, I can't believe how many books he pumps out every year, and in such variety too. It's not like it's the same type every time.
Yeah.
Um,
And people are like, bam, book deal. Oh, next week, another
yeah,
book deal. Book deal,
yeah.
book deal.
Is it? Do you? Okay, so I'm gonna again. These might be a little personal in some sense, but I'm wondering, is that fun for you? Just the idea of working on a lot of books, or does it cross into the world of being work?
I like it. I can't remember who you were talking to. I was listening to one of your Gab'n Doodles where you were talking about making art for yourself versus making art for work. And I'm definitely I like to make art for a specific purpose. Like that's why I like illustration over fine art,
Yeah,
because illustration is more like you get certain parameters and then your creativity is solving the problem within those parameters and then like coming to a goal. It's like puzzle solving almost, and I like that. Instead of just like blank canvas, you can do whatever you want, like whatever your heart desires. That I find really stressful and overwhelming, and then I just like think too much about like, does what I have to say matter, and what's the point of me and all. But when I'm like, I have this specific job, this author needs this, or this art director needs this from me, the character needs to be this, and like these events happen.
Yeah, you don't
That's
have to think.
yeah,
And I don't mean you don't have to. You do have to think, but you have to think on a like functionality level. On a lot of that, I totally get it. Like I do stuff for galleries, and I do stuff for you know, things that are meant for a much more uh, personal point of view. But
mm-hmm.
it's so much easier, absolutely so much easier to have a client and a brief that tells you what's needed, so you're not adrift right from the beginning of sort of all the options that are out there. Is it? But thinking about it in the sense of like, I know that you like that, but does it ever fall into that sort of um, uh, this is work versus this is fun sort of threshold?
Yeah, I feel like it's always a little bit of both all the
Okay.
time. Like I'm definitely a people pleaser. Like I did really well in school because I would know based on what class I'm in, I'd know what the teacher likes, and I would be like, I can do this homework in a way that will please this specific teacher, and then them being happy made me happy, and so I was like, great, I achieved something. And so each book is kind of like that, like what does this author, what does this art director want from me? And then it's like I get a little boost. Like it is fun to make other people happy, I think. I don't know if that's like good or healthy, but that's what I
I
feel
mean,
about it.
there's always this question in my head too of like, yeah, if you lean too much towards the what's requested, like how much room there is to play, but at the same time, I agree with you. Like once you get the all clear, or like when you get very little notes back on a certain like project, you're like, I did it.
Yeah.
I I passed this test in a way. Where when you say that you were um, a good sort of in class, like pleasing the teacher, do you feel like there were things that you were sacrificing at the time for that, or was it like, I mean, there's some people that see that as a and I don't know what the answer is for me even, but that some people might look at that and go like, well, oh, you're just trying to please the teacher, and then like, where are you in it? But
Yeah.
also, I think there's a value in understanding how to deal with a client and how to manage a situation that isn't always what you want to do, that is so important. um, and so I'm wondering, like, was that what was your thought in at the time when doing that versus sort of looking back and reflecting on it?
Yeah, it was never a struggle for me. That's so interesting to think, where am I in it? Because I don't know.
Well, obviously, I mean, your work has a style and approach that is clearly yours. Like, I can look at all the books that you've done and go like, oh, well, that's a Kayla piece. I can, like, it's clear as day to me. And so, whether it's for a client or not, there is something that is inherently you there. Um,
Yeah, it seems like just unavoidable. Like they are trusting me with my knowledge and skills to do this project, and it's very collaborative, and I find that really satisfying. I've never felt stifled by like, oh, they're stopping my
yeah,
creativity. I think I'm a pretty boring, straightforward person to begin with. I don't really consider myself like creative, especially compared to someone like who makes art like you, or even my husband. Like he'll just like sit and doodle, like while we're talking to my family, he'll have to be drawing while we're having our family chats, and then I'll look over and he's just like created the coolest weird little dude, and I'm like, where did that come from? Like I kind of like my work tends to be more realistic because I think that's how my brain works. I'm just a little bit boring.
no, no, no. I'm not going to let you get away with that one. Uh, I I think, and this is coming from sort of the other side, wherein like you can draw people, you can draw these situations that are more real to life. Um, I don't know how to do that. I think that is like there's this idea of people look at some of the work that I've been doing recently and been going like, oh, your characters are so wild or different or whatever, and it's not because I'm always trying to make wild characters. A lot of times it's the only solution to solve what I am incapable of doing. If that
Mm.
makes sense. Like if you ask me to do natural lighting, I can do it if I'm looking at a still life, but you ask me to do that in a picture book, and boy, are you going to be out of luck. Uh, it's just not my thing. And so like I look at it and go, I'm mesmerized by the work that you do. I'm mesmerized by people that are in that same ballpark of like being able to capture realism and to capture details. Like I was thinking, my wife asked me about one of the books that I pitched recently to my agent to read through and whatnot, and she said, you know, we got to watch, or is there a way to fit some more diversity in the book?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a absolutely valid question. The challenge is with the style that the book is, I don't think it would even be readable as something that would be diverse, or you know, just like aesthetically, I don't think you'd even see the details that would need to be there for it to be picked up on.
Yeah, that's
Um,
hard. Like then you're dealing with what's a caricaturization and a stereotype.
yeah,
It's much.
yeah, it's a fine line that you have to walk in the sense of like, and it's a book that I have a contract for right now, and it's like it's a book that's set at sea, and like I would more power to anybody that can do this, but there's like I don't know how to fit in something like a wheelchair in this situation, or something that is a visible uh, uh, diversity aspect.
Yeah.
Versus something that's an invisible one, which is even harder because the style is like so wild and weird to begin with that
Yeah.
I just don't like it's. So I put so much uh, um, love towards people like your work, or you and your work, that can manage and put that stuff out there that like in some sense is so out of my wheelhouse, and sadly I just can't do it in the same way, or I can't give it the same power in a way that I think that your work can.
And
Do you get a lot of feedback on that kind of stuff in your work?
yeah, it's definitely tricky and it's like terrifying every book that I do because I have to learn about different groups of people, making sure I'm representing them accurately, just like kind of waiting for someone to have an issue with it, no matter how careful
Yeah.
I was and how like sensitivity we had. But yeah, it's a good thing that there are all types of books out there because I am also incapable of having as much fun and freedom as you. And so then it's a good thing that we need these kinds of books and we need fun books too.
Yeah, but I mean, you're playing it up like all my stuff is fun. I want to go serious. I'm like you. I want to go.
Do
I
you
want
really?
I have, well, I have a book that I pitched to my agent that I have not heard back yet, but I'm very, very proud of sort of the idea of it. I don't want to reveal the idea because it will,
Ooh,
but it is not necessarily serious, but it's quiet,
okay.
and I mean, it's got some humor aspect in the wording and things of the sort, but it's a very kind of quiet book compared to most of the stuff that I do. And so,
Yeah.
you know, most of the stuff I do is like farts and nonsense like
Oh,
that. Not to sum it up in such in an easy way, but and then this book is more nuanced, and to me that's like that serious aspect of it's not for the same age range, and it's not for the like the jokey gimmick side, and so like that's where I look at stuff like the this is your voice, this is your world, or is it world or earth?
Oh, a planet like ours.
Planet like ours, yeah.
Mhm.
I'm getting the names all screwed up.
It's
I'm looking
right.
over here at a stack of them, and I'm just like getting them all screwed up. But you know, I look at those and I go like, oh, there's so much heart in those that none of my work really has
Uh,
so far. And so like that's what I'm trying to strive for. Um, are there things like, I mean, you mentioned the idea of like you're saying your work isn't silly or wacky, but obviously there is. It's just a different type in my mind. Like you're not the big fart cloud character person. You
oh,
could be. You
no.
could be.
That's yeah, someday I'll slip some farts in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Your husband will if you won't.
Yeah.
Um, but is there something like that you've been like, how do I, or can I work this into my work, or is there like a goal? I guess that's a better way to put it. Is there a goal that you're trying to achieve outside of making awesome artwork, because that's already sort of solved in my mind, it's a matter of like, what's the next evolution for you?
Well, my husband and I are starting to write books together, and I can see those getting really silly.
Okay.
Because he's a silly person, and so I think that would be my way to do silly stuff is with him. And yeah, that's why it feels like everybody who I talk to in the industry is like, okay, so you've illustrated all these books, and then when are you gonna write your own?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't know if that's necessarily the goal for me because I've tried it. Like I have some books on submission, they just not really landing with anyone, and I don't feel super confident in my writing skills. It's not, that was never the goal for me. I don't feel like I am a writer. It's just something maybe kind of fun to try. Like I feel very confident in my visual art making abilities, where the example I use is like if an art director says this illustration needs a little bit more tension, I know exactly how to do that visually, like with changing the composition and the colors and like mark making, like I can add more tension visually easy. But if someone says to my writing, like this scene needs a little bit more tension, I would be like, I literally don't even know like how to do that. Could you just tell me what?
Yeah. I've always said to folks that like the creativity and the adaptability of art school is really the strength in my mind. Like it teaches you how to just say, yeah, I can do it. But that is purely a art thing or a physical, tangible thing. And then when it gets into nuance of words, like I didn't go to school for writing. Yeah. And so I will straight up say I am not a good writer. I've written books. That doesn't mean I'm a good writer. And it's that same sentiment of like, yeah, if someone challenges me like, oh, this needs, your character's motivation here needs to be something else. And I'll have that same question. Like, I don't know what you mean. What motivation? Yeah. What are you saying? But if you ask me like, your character needs to be more dynamic in its posing, and it's like, got it, done. Is there did you take writing when you were in school of any sort, or was that
high school? Yeah.
Okay.
I took a college in the schools writing class, but it was high school. So no, once I was in art school, it was just about visual storytelling. Art. Yeah.
Did you know right away when you went to school that was like Kidlit was the thing? Or was that a result of school or a result of after school sort of looking at career?
I think I knew my sophomore year when we had the option to take a children's book illustration class specifically. But like some of my professors were very fine arty people. And so there was a little bit of stigma where like going into picture books was a lesser art. And so I didn't like do enough in school that would actually prepare me for the real world. I was still doing oil paints, like very conceptually type stuff, just again to please my teachers. And then I realizing once I got out of school, I was like, I actually really love books, and I think this is great. Like, there's some amazing artists. This isn't a lesser art.
Well, you look at someone like Kadir Nelson.
Yeah.
Like, you can't tell me that his painting skills and his that he somehow cheapens in any way his artwork just because it's illustration. He's like ridiculous. Were you in the illustration program proper, or were you?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the teachers that you were talking about that were more sort of fine art, was that in the illustration program, or was that outside of that?
Yeah, surprisingly.
Okay.
Yeah, it was, but I guess there's a little bit more crossover to them. Maybe they did a lot of gallery. I
mean, that's same in the school that I went to. I see someone, Paige Kaiser, saying, didn't like anything they turned in that was an illustration. The school I went to, RISD, had sort of the same thing where like the drawing and painting teachers that were in the illustration program, or some of the teachers that were not, or that were more the like illustrative teachers, had shifted their careers away from sort of the commercial you know, like they're and I'm not gonna name names, but I might even venture, I might be falling into the same trap myself. But that idea of like they had their career when they were younger in the commercial side, and now they're shifting to a much more personal sort of approach. And
Yeah.
so it's sort of like this, like you get older and you go back to the roots of what you do, and it sort of can be challenging for a student going through that. Did you like SBA?
I loved it.
Did you
Yeah.
like
I just like school.
did you like the city?
Uh, yes and no. I just knew that I had to be in the city. That's why I went out there. And it's like, it's just not for me. My personality is very much, I like privacy, I like nature, I like wide open spaces, and there's just none of that in New York. Like,
Yeah.
I walk down the street and just every single time I go out, someone wants to talk to me, someone wants something from me.
Well, where did you grow up? Out of curiosity.
Minnesota in the
Okay,
suburbs
so you
of like south of
okay. Where I grew up in Minnesota too. I wonder where in where south in the suburbs.
Amber Grove Heights.
Amber-
Like Eden? Do those sound familiar?
I, you know what's funny? My first instinct is always to think of like, okay, what were the school colors? Like, what schools did we compete against? And so, like,
We
if you
were,
say Apple Valley, like I know Apple Valley colors, and I know their Letterman jackets that they had. I can like immediately
yeah.
note that down. Um, what, uh, like I grew up in Chanhassen when I was really little, which I think is southwest of the city. I don't know.
Yeah,
And then
Apple Valley was in the school district. Like we played sports against them.
oh, okay. That gives me some inkling. We and then I spent my like middle school, late elementary through high school, basically put it that way, in Plymouth, Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
You know, a little north of there, but um, and the reason why I ask it, you know, I knew that you were Minnesota. The idea of going out to New York is a pretty big leap of faith. It is a, you know, obviously it's the mecca for a lot of illustration and publication and things of the sort, but being that you said you like wide open spaces and things of the sort, was that a like a complete um, mental shift for you to go out to a location like that, or was it
Not at the I've been going out there every summer since I was 12. So I
oh, okay.
felt very comfortable in the city by that time.
Okay, gotcha. I mean I went from Minnesota to Providence, and I don't know if you've ever been to Providence, Rhode Island. um,
No.
it is tiny. It's a tiny little city, and to me it was huge.
Oh yeah.
It's not to say that like where I was in Minnesota wasn't big, or that Minneapolis wasn't big, but it was like it felt like a city. Like I just didn't know city blocks because it was so suburbs, and you know people had acres for yards, and then all of a sudden you end up in this situation where it's like you have sidewalks and no yard and things of the sort, and it felt huge to me at the time, and so I couldn't even imagine looking at New York. I'm pretty sure that was off the table when I was looking at schools. Um, and then did you move back right away afterwards, or was that something that was you know, spend some time in New York
I
post?
lived there for 5 years and I met my husband in New York.
Okay.
And then our lease was up. We were like, this is expensive. The city is a stressful place. Let's go not here. And then we went to Doylestown, Pennsylvania, where he grew up, and we lived there for a couple years. And then sort of like the same thing where we were like, it's very expensive to live here. There's still a lot of people. And I think it was actually his idea. It's not my fault that we're back in Minnesota. He wanted to move back here. And we lived in my parents' basement for a little
Yeah.
while. That was back when I was in my getting rejected phase.
The I mean I can totally understand like the East Coast versus Midwest uh, challenge of cost of living. Do you feel like you were at that point that it was, and around what year range was that? Was that like that must have been early
2013?
2013? Okay. And the reason I ask is just the idea of like now you can sort of live wherever and it doesn't really matter. Like I've never met any of the publishers. I've never been to any of the publishing houses with the places that I've worked with, etc.
Yeah.
But you know, I could, if I needed to, I could drive down there in a day it won't be an issue. But you don't need to in the same capacity that you did when I first got out of school. And I'm wondering, at that point when you shifted away from Pennsylvania or you shifted away from New York, was that ever a consideration about sort of like how close you were? Or was that just sort of like out the door because at that point we had enough internet and email going that it wasn't an issue?
Yeah, and it was such a bummer because like I feel like I missed so many opportunities when I was out there because I just wasn't ready yet. Like I look back at my portfolio at the time, like now looking back on it, I'm like, of course they rejected me. Like of course this work wasn't good enough. So like while I was actually in the city and I could have made connections and I could have like gone to all sorts of art events and met cool people and got in with one of those like studios, I just wasn't ready at the time.
Yeah.
And so just the work out. But yeah, that would have been so cool to meet people because I feel like that's just like how things organically happen. Like you meet someone at some gallery show, and then the next thing you know, they're recommending you to their friend. Like it's still a lot of who
Yeah.
you know.
Their friend is an art agent at, or an art director at such and such a company, and then all of a sudden you have a deal on your plate.
Yeah,
Um, do you
what a coincidence.
do you in the place that you are now, do you feel like, because to me, I needed to move outside of Boston. I mean, I moved up to Boston when I got out of school just because it's a city, but it was not as big as something like New York. And so it was more manageable in my mind. But I still I missed trees and and I know there's parks like New York has Central Park, and it has, I don't know, there's a bunch of parks there, but it's not the same as you can't go out and just get lost and walk for days and days in a forest like you can in the Midwest. And I'm wondering, was that going back where you are now? Do you have, even if it's suburbs, it's still probably wider and more expansive than anything that's in New York. In that sense, do you have a artist community there?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, because the cool thing about Minnesota compared to well, we lived in Doylestown, Pennsylvania, and so Doylestown is such a draw for people because it's so close to the city, but it's a 2-hour drive and you're in New York City, so it's close enough to be super expensive, but it's still very inconvenient to get there.
Yeah.
But in Minneapolis, I live 20 minutes away from St. Paul, and I'm in the country. Like my neighbors have horses, and
Yeah.
we're a huge park. There's so much space. There's coyotes in our yard every night. We have deer that visit. It's just it feels wild. But then we drive 20 minutes and we're in St. Paul, and then 25 minutes we're in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
So I get a little bit of both. So there's definitely an artist community in St. Paul and Minneapolis, and I get to meet with them. I draw with my friends at the Minneapolis Institute of Art every Sunday, and there's kid-lit events, and it's a very supportive, cool community.
Wait, okay. Real quick, Paige Kaiser. I'm using tracing paper right now. They just asked a question about it, but what Minneapolis Institute of Art is different than Walker, right?
Yes.
Okay. I asked because it's been so long that I don't since I've been back there, that all I can picture is that spoon with the cherry on it, which I don't even still there. I assume that it is, because it's iconic, but I couldn't tell you what museum that was at this point. So
I couldn't either, actually.
no,
I don't.
I assume it's the Walker, but I don't know.
Thank you.
So jumping back to books a little bit, obviously you've had this plethora of books, and one of the ones I wanted to ask you about was that series, the whole series with
yeah, we kind of call it the Like You series, though they're not all like you. That it doesn't really have a name. We can ask Frank what he thinks.
Yeah, with Frank's, one of the things that I thought was interesting, which I've never really seen before, is looking at that series. My first introduction to it, I saw it was Frank and some, I don't remember who the author was, and then you as the illustrator, and I thought, oh, they're all going to be by the same people, but it's Frank consistent and you consistent, and then there's an introduced author, a co-author on all of those.
Yeah.
Is that a decision on Frank's part when he's doing the writing, or is that something that now it's become, okay, who do we get to help out and co-write? Sort of, I'm wondering oh yeah. I see Frank just said yes, the like you works. I'm wondering sort of the structure of that, because I imagine that changes not only the editing process, but also sort of the, now your work is going out and being seen by, you know, your sketches are going to multiple people that ever so slightly changes each book, and perceptions of what's expected might change. And I'm wondering sort of like, what's that been like to work on something along that lines?
Yeah, for me, it's exactly the same process because we have the art director as a middleman. So I'm only hearing all of the notes like filtered through this
Yeah.
one person. So I have one set of notes. I don't know who said what. I don't know how anyone really feels about it. I love that he brings in a new element of diversity to each book. Like everyone has an area of expertise. Like with a voice like yours, April is I have a terrible memory, but she like works with, I don't remember if you call them special needs children or what the term is, but she like works with kids who have speech disabilities.
Yeah.
And she had a lot of like knowledge about different ways to communicate. So that was super cool. And so each book, yeah, it has a new voice come in and bring their knowledge. And that's super cool. But on my end, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, you don't have, so it's on a regular basis. You're not having to reinvent the process of sorts. The one phrase that, and I don't know if this is a phrase everybody uses, but the school that I teach at, they introduced this terminology that I thought was great. It came from a conference that one of the art educator faculty members went to Italy to study, and they came across the phrase, instead of special needs, they came across special rights.
Oh.
And I immediately loved it as a terminology, just because all of a sudden it's not that they need, it's that they deserve. And
yeah.
I love that terminology. So I've been trying to like stick to that. I don't know if it'd be in this instance of like students who or kids who have special rights. Sounds like structurally as a sentence doesn't sound correct to me, but to me, that terminology was just so cool to hear for the first time in that situation. So I don't know if that helps of any sort, trying to map out like how to say various things, but
Yeah, I love that. And I should know because like so many of my books are about inclusivity and kids with disabilities recently, so I should know this terminology. I'd have to look at the back of my books.
that's the equivalent of I did this book and I felt like my wife has some medical needs that require I think the term is semi-ambulatory, wherein like every once in a while needs a wheelchair for mobility's sake, and hopefully she's okay with me saying that on here. But that idea of me trying to like phrase or showcase someone that's diverse on a book, I want to make sure I get it right. But I also know I had a conversation with a bookstore owner who said that their sister is in a wheelchair, and one of the things that frustrates them the most is when people don't draw wheelchairs properly. Like they don't take the time to learn. And I remember when that was said, I had just drawn a character in a wheelchair. I was like, oh no, did I do it right? And even though I'm in the, like we have a wheelchair in our house, I sort of simplified, and I don't know whether that was okay or not. I mean, I think partially just the idea of the fact that I tried hopefully is helpful. But it's always an interesting line to walk of sort of like how to be proactive and not somehow I don't know what's the wording I'm looking for, but like not get in the way of sorts.
Yeah. It's like you could do more damage than you think you're doing. At least, you know, I've been told this, that like including someone in a wheelchair but doing it wrong is just re-emphasizing how unseen they are. Like you just, it's like something like this. Like we're so used to seeing human bodies, and so you know how to simplify and abstract it so that it still reads as a human body. But if you're not used to seeing wheelchairs, you don't know what structurally is the most important part of it that needs to be there, and then what can be abstracted, and then it just reminds everyone that you don't actually like care and respect them. I guess it's such heavy. It's so scary.
It is. I mean, I'm not trying to make this like woe is me of any sort, and I don't think either of us are. But it is a challenge to make sure that you are representing fairly across the board, and that you are not, like you said, like you're not causing a problem or a stigma that goes along with it. Like even the wheelchair that I drew in that book, this is for I Am a Saurus. My thought at the time was that semi-ambulatory, so it didn't need to have like a motor, and it didn't need to have super like specifics like they use their hands to make it move forward. That they could sort of scoot along with their feet. But at the same time, that's different, or like people may not know that I'm aiming towards that, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, your wheelchair doesn't have all the same things on it that it should, and it's well, this got really like deep and dark. Let's talk about funny stuff.
Well, shows how much you care about your work. At least for me, like I feel like if you're not worried about it, then you're not caring.
Yeah, it's I think that especially, and I don't know, like when you were in school and you wanted to go into Kidlit, right? Mm-hmm. Was there conversations about stuff like this that was brought up? And I asked because, like, again, I went to school much before this, and we didn't have conversations about diversity or things of the sort in any artwork. And maybe it was, I don't think that was great. It's not like, hey, we didn't have it, and so that was the best. No, I think it was more so just people didn't know that they should be even like considering it at the time. And I'm wondering, because there is a difference in years between when I went to school and when you were in school, did they talk about it at that point, or was that something that was still like sort of no one really mentioned it?
I'm the same as you. No one mentioned it at all. It was not brought up in any way that we should have thought and care in our artwork in terms of inclusivity. It was just about like the craft of how the materials work, how composition, storytelling. There was no like sensitivity about your subject matter at all.
Do you was that stuff that you did anyways, or was that something that you sort of picked up along the line? Like, I know that I did not consider it until much later in my career when I heard more news related to that. The idea of diversity and Kidlit and things of the sort. All of a sudden I said, oh, I need to be more cognizant of it. Was that something that was a decision that you made while you were in school that you're going to move towards that, or was that post?
It was after school, and I really have like Instagram to thank for that, because I feel like I'm a generally sensitive person. I really don't like getting in trouble. I don't like making people feel bad. So when I started hearing people talking about that sort of thing, I like really took it to heart, and I felt like something I need to work on. And so it was very intentional, but no one ever instructed me to do it except for like all the discussions on Instagram.
Gotcha. Okay, so now I'm going to shift gears to something that's maybe a little lighter hearted. So talk to me a little bit about sort of your reaction or your work with, once you make the books, you go out and you talk to kids, you go out and do events and things of the sort. I'm wondering what's that like? Because most of the time when I go do it, it's like, here's a fart joke and ha ha ha.
Excellent.
And there's not the like love that shows up in a lot of your work in the same way. Not in my work, let's put it that way. My work is not dedicated to sort of family and things of that sort. And I'm wondering, with the that aspect of the type of work that you do, obviously, like, you must have a different type of crowd, or a much more like holistic, mindful crowd that shows up to book events, and they're not there just to go entertain my kid for 2 minutes while I go shop. I could be wrong, but I'm wondering what that's been like with interaction with families, and like, is it hugs all around kind of situation?
It's mostly nobody shows up, and I don't really do them very often.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a great public speaker, so just doing events in general is very stressful and terrifying. And then the ones that I have done, it's just like a family member and a friend here and there, or people who are already in the bookstore.
Yeah.
So, and it's also kind of not necessarily expected of the illustrator, I think, because I've been on calls with the publicist and the author, like once a book is coming out and we're talking about the plan, and then they generally are talking to the author about like, we have you do this, we have you do in this press, like this, and then I'm just kind of like, I think they just don't, that that's like, I don't have to do that. And so I'm like, well, if I can do anything on social media, if you want me to make videos for your class, it's like pre-recorded, I'm down, love doing that. But and like one-on-one stuff, I've done like a camp before where there was like 7 kids. That was great. One-on-one stuff. There's this event at the state fair called Alphabet Forest where like kids just come to your table, like an author sits there, they have a craft, and kids just come and go, and it's a very like one-on-one interaction. I love that. That's great. But when all eyes are on me and there's a crowd of people, that sends like fear down my spine.
Is it okay, this is the question I have, which is, I am not fearful around the kids in those situations. I have more fear from the parents.
Yeah.
Like the judging aspect of like, kids don't really judge in that same way and go like, I mean, they don't even care. They'll get up and walk away. And it's a judgment-free zone in their case. Maybe it's the opposite of that. Maybe it's a judge-full zone. But
yeah, isn't that kind of a judgment than just walking away?
Yeah, I'm more fearful that the parents are gonna like, oh, he's a sham, and like, yeah, they'll read between the lines and go like, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing. And it's have you done school events at all?
No, that's terrifying.
That's another one where it's like I don't mind interacting with the kids in that situation, but I initially worry, oh, are the teachers just going, he's not as good as the last person that came to visit? And but then most of the time I realize the teachers are actually just going, oh, I can check my email or hop on Instagram. Someone entertains. But it's that fear that gets me, not the kids. The kids are always fine across the board. But so is it public speaking or is it just the like performance aspect?
Yeah, it's all of it. It's that I don't feel like what I have to say is important or necessary, and I never know what I'm talking about. So the fact that I'm like, hey kids, listen up, listen to me, I definitely feel like a fraud and an imposter. I'm just not good with words. Like, I'm a visual person. If someone wanted to just like record me painting, or like I just show up and I draw in front of them, I don't have to say any words, I can handle that.
Yeah.
I'm not a writer. I don't do good words.
Wait, did you say as a writer I don't do good words?
I'm not a writer. I don't do good words.
I don't do good words is a funny phrasing to me of writing. Just I don't speak well, or I don't speak good. There we go.
Good words, good.
I mean, I definitely, the best part of doing those, and I am not a good, my problem, and I don't know if this may be this has got to be solely just me, but my problem is when I get in those environments, I'm so used to speaking to a bunch of college kids that I forget the audience and start to speak on terms that don't make sense to that age. And so I have to not correct, but I have to like, I'll say something like, well, the publisher does this, and I have to stop and go, okay, they don't know what a publisher is.
Yeah.
And I need to go back and say, oh, the people who make the books, or the people that help me write the books, or whatever it may be. And then I feel that even more so feel like a sham, because the people who are really good at it are really good at working with those kids in those situations. How much are you getting out to bookstores and looking around? Like, do you have a big collection of books?
Oh, yeah, we have way too many books. I like buying them. Like, we go to the library, but I just love having them because every once in a while I'll be working on a project and I'll be like, oh, wasn't there some book who did something that I want to try here? And then I'll go look at my books for a reference. Yeah. So I just have lots of picture books, and it's probably too many.
I like the idea that you have picture books, and then like, does your husband have tattoo books?
He doesn't, but he does have we have some art books. He has lots of novels and lots of like cool photography art books.
Okay.
A whole bookstore's worth.
have even shown my intellectual inability by saying I don't know if there's even such things as tattoo books. I don't even know. I mean, I would assume there's probably got to be some like great photography books of different types of tattoos, but probably not on the same level as like Kidlit, where there's just lots and lots and lots of content that's out there.
Right.
So has your husband given you a tattoo?
Oh yeah.
And oh, go ahead.
It's on my leg. It's of all the dogs we've had. So there's 4 dogs that like wraps around my leg, and then we don't tell anyone this, but I tattooed him.
Is
Like
that
he
illegal?
watched
Is that the
it.
problem?
I mean, yeah, I don't have a license, but I was his apprentice for a day.
I thought you could. Can't you tattoo, like not in a commercial setting, but like I know people who've tattooed themselves plenty of times.
Yeah.
Is it
I don't
just
think that
you can't get paid for it? You can do it, or is there
it's
actually
like
a law?
yeah, there's a health and safety concern. I don't think it's legal. I do think lots of people, do it. They're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I have a tattoo, I'll tattoo out in my basement," but you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
But I was like instructed. I was supervised by a licensed professional.
Yeah. You weren't just winging it and praying that you didn't somehow tragically scar someone in the process.
Exactly.
How did yours turn out that you did?
Okay, so I've tattooed him twice, and the first time we tattooed matching little symbols on each other. So he tattooed me, and then I tattooed him, and mine healed better than his.
Oh.
Yeah, so I kind of knocked it out of the park. But then my second one was not as good. I think I had too much confidence, and like there were some splotchy bits that bled out. It was beginner's luck.
Yeah. Do you use that all the time when you get into an argument or anything? You're like, well, yours, the one I did on you healed up much better than the one you did on me. Like, you use it as ammo to.
If he's struggling with a client or had a tough tattoo, I'll be like, your job's easy. I can do it.
Yeah, get out of the way. I got this. Is he? I mean, the idea that you said that you're trying to work towards maybe doing a book together of some sort. Is he someone that does a lot of writing, or is it sort of a new experience for him as well?
It's a new experience for him. He does a lot of reading, so he's just like a generally smarter person than me and knows stories and stuff. So I definitely trust his taste, but he has not before.
Gotcha. I would say that my wife is smarter than me as well. I probably that relates to a lot of things that happen in life of just like, and I don't know if it's the same for you. Like, I just walk into things foolhardily and just think, yeah, I'll figure it out. And she is so smart with how to manage or how to, like, let's put it this way. She will figure out the logistics of what she's walking into before she walks in. I will just walk in blind and go, I'll figure it out, which is not always the best in most situations.
Wow.
I don't know if you have the same thing. I think it's that artist mentality of just like, yeah, I don't know, I'll manage. I'll be creative in the moment. She is. Oh, go ahead. Well, sorry, I cut you off there.
Oh, I was just saying, wow, I love that. I got to stop interjecting.
Oh, no. Go interject. You're supposed to interject. That's what this is. It's supposed to be a conversation. If you want to talk about something else, we can talk about something else.
No. No, it's just my communication style is being like, yes, oh yeah, like verbal, because you can't see my face. Otherwise, I'd be like nodding, like yes. So, but then I forget that like cut off.
Well, I noticed last time I did this with someone that the audio also like sort of cut off what someone said. Like if I spoke over them, that it would cut off their audio a little bit. I don't think it was fully cutting off their audio, but it was more than what I remembered. And so I don't know if it's got some new algorithm or something of the sort that's changing how we or how the audio interacts on these live feeds, but it was frustrating at the time to have that happen over and over again. I wanted to hear what they had to say, and I couldn't always hear. Okay, so you are working in all these books now. You have stuff on your plate, I'm assuming, that is, coming out this year and next. How far out are you booked up at this point with books?
Well, usually I'm working on at least 3 books at a time, and they're just all in different stages.
Yeah.
So I'll be like sketches of one and then hand that in, and then while that's waiting for feedback, I'll do the art for another one. And like there's just always things in rotation. But this year it's a little bit slower. I'm just doing one at a time. Well, two. I'm work on a book cover for a chapter book, which is new and very cool because it's just like the one image and then you're done. You have to do that 40 more times. But yeah, like I'm just doing one at a time. I have 2 books like coming up in the future, but I'm just doing one book and I can focus all my energy on it.
That's when I got the offer for the board books, I was expecting it to be relatively low pay, and obviously it's lower than what you would get for a picture book, but then also at the same time it's only 5 spreads.
Whoa.
And it's not like I have to do a ton of thinking for it. It's not a super like advanced board book. It's definitely for like the 0 to 1 age, kind of like, oh, you can touch a page and something moves kind of situation. But what fascinated me was just that like the price versus the time and the effort. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm definitely not saying that, but it definitely, the thought process and the time allotted is much easier than what I've had on the picture book side for a long time. And so like I'm so excited to just like have this length of time to play on something and really like make images and not have to be worrying about, okay, well this spread has to fit next to this spread and this has to come before this and this has to, you're not having to deal with all the major logistics that you do with something like a 32-page picture book. When you say you're doing covers, that's for like what kind of book? Is that middle grade? Is that?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, the character is like 11. So is that?
Yeah, that's somewhere in that ballpark. It's probably like early chapter, middle grade, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
I see we do have a question here from art period Ania _ who says, what's one advice for launching your first children's book? And so let's think about that in a variety of ways, in the sense of how to start your career, but also with your first book that came out, are there lessons that you learned of just sort of like how to manage books and the process of publication post that goes beyond just being like your first book?
Yeah, so we're talking how to best launch a book once you've already got the contract, you did the book, and then you're just launching it into the world.
Yeah, let's start there. And there might be other things that we sort of go into, but just sort of, the initial sort of, I'm getting a book out there in the world. What are the things that I need to know kind of situation?
Oh, yeah. I feel like I'm a terrible person to ask because I don't do all the normal stuff. Like the person would talk about the book events that you line up and library visits and things like that. And I really just have relied on social media as my main thing. Like I'll make a reel, I'll do maybe a live event to talk about the book. It's all like online promotion and then just hope the author helps too.
Bank on people. No, I mean, I think that's really what it is though nowadays for the most part, isn't it? Like, are you getting, and I don't know if you're getting this in contracts, but I've seen in contracts people asking me like, can you post on your social media about this? And that wasn't a commonplace thing when I started out. But now it's sort of like, you need to have a social media presence in a way for the marketing team to know that you're sort of in on what to do with this. Are you seeing stuff like that, or is it still sort of maybe more, what do I want to say, not rudimentary in the sense of like the standard sort of book events? like how much social media presence are you seeing expected from publishers? I guess that's the best way to wrap that question up.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything in a contract, but I definitely do think it is expected. And I don't know if this is the case anymore because social media is so like unstable right now. There's a lot of people just leaving Instagram and you can't rely on it as much anymore. It's definitely changed. So I don't know if this is true anymore, but I feel like a lot of editors were acquiring books from authors who had a large social media following. Like you could get a book deal based on your followers,
Yeah.
and it would be expected that you then use your platform to sell the book. And
I
like
heard that from other folks that like, yeah, the expectation is that you have a good following. Whether that holds up over time, I don't know. Like nowadays, especially as you said, since there's been sort of exodus in different manners and from different platforms. But I've heard the same thing, that sort of, we want to use your followers to promote in a way, which is not always like, I had a contract at one point that said basically I would do a certain amount of posts at a certain amount of times and whatnot, and my agent nixed it. Was like, no, he'll do what he wants to do, and it'll be fine.
oh,
go ahead.
Yay for your agent.
Yeah. I mean, I she read the small fine print. I did not. And so when she said that, I was like, yeah, I don't want to have to like be required to do things like that over time. I want to do it when I want to do it, and I want to do what I want to do versus being told that I need to do, you need to do a competition now, and you got to do this now, and you got to do this then, and whatnot. So, remind me who your agent is? I'm drawing a blank right now off the top of my head.
Marietta Zacher from Galton Zach.
That's right. Galton Zach. I try to pay attention to where everybody is on their agents as much as possible because of having to post for these Gab'n Doodles, and I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I had so many of them stuck in my head. Let me, okay, I had other questions here that I missed. I want to get back to them. Where was it? So I'm scrolling back a ways. Okay, so what are the common mistakes that beginners do that you should avoid? And so thinking in the sense of not necessarily on the like publishers are looking for or anything of that sort, but are there certain perceived notions that you had when you got into this career that now you look back and go, oh, I was really overthinking, or I didn't need to put so much pressure on yourself for, doing A, B, or C?
Interesting. I'm curious what you have to say about it.
I think I guess for me, the thing that would probably be the like, just don't worry about this. I think I thought too much about what others wanted and not enough about what was really important to me. And what I mean by that is not the idea of like working for a client versus working for myself, but I think it was more so like stylistically, I was getting caught up in sort of what was being published and what I went through when I was when I was going through school. I took a kid lit class, a picture book class. And so my perception of what the industry was very much tied to that moment in time. And I did not give myself enough permission to be flexible. And if I go back and look at the early books that I did, they, in my mind, started to become maybe a little bit formulaic. And I think that was just because I didn't know how to give myself permission or ownership over the book versus sort of bending to everybody's will, whether they even said it or not. So, I would actively try to correct things before it needed to be corrected. If that makes
sense.
Yeah,
interesting.
What do you think? What's your I don't want to say like faux pas or the thing that you would change, but sort of going back to that era, are there moments or things that have happened now that you look back and go like, oh, I wish I had done it differently?
I'm just like such a bummer of a person that the only thing I can think of was like lower my expectations. Like I really thought the steps were all you need to do is just get a book published. Once you get that book deal, like everything great.
Yeah.
Your book's gonna sell, like you can quit your job, but it's just like lower the expectations, slow down and try and I wish I maybe would have celebrated my little wins a little bit more instead of just trying to move on to the next thing and be like, next book's going to be better, or I gotta do more, do better. But just to like appreciate how cool it is to have made a book. That's like pretty cool.
I totally get the idea of like, I think I get the idea that when you get a book, like everything's going to be perfect, everything's going to be lovely. And my career is set from now till the end of time.
Mm-hmm.
I think part of that was because of, at least for me, part of that was because the books that I was looking at, the artists I was looking at, I assumed that they were all, that they had made it and they were living the life. They, had mansions and all sorts of whatnot, because I didn't know enough about the industry. I didn't know how the actual industry worked. And it's not to say that some of them don't. Some of them probably do. But I had a false notion of, what do I want to say? I had a false notion of them being bigger than they were because they were big to me.
Oh yeah, that's very true.
You know what I mean? I'm looking at it and I'm going like, oh, this person really knows what they're doing and they're amazing. And it's, in some sense, they may have been just like a youngin who is just starting out and has nothing, but I'm just like, because they got a book published, they were famous. And I thought that's the way it was going to be. And that's not always true in all these situations. I mean, I can look back and I have some books on my shelf that I'm sure I'm like, oh, I love this book. But I'm guessing a lot of people don't even know that the book existed. And I don't mean to like downplay the work of the person I'm talking about, but I think it was just my perception of how important their work was to me was not applicable to everybody that's out there in the world. If that makes
That's right. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm a super fan of so many people, and like yeah, like you find a book in a bookstore, that means this person made it, like if it's in a bookstore. But yeah, that's very true. Did I freeze? Did the sound go up for everyone?
Oh, that's me. That's me. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
my phone was not charging.
Oh, good. I thought
It does a thing where it says that it's low on power, so I got to get it so it stops. Hold on one second. Let me see. Maybe it's unplugged from the charger down low. I just need to make sure I get it charging again. There we go. Okay, I should be good now.
yeah.
Shoot, what was I saying? What surprises me is that I'll mention people who have like been nominated for Caldecots and the big awards, and other people in Kidlit sometimes go, who? And
Oh yeah.
I always wonder, like, it's not that they don't know or that they're ignorant to these artists. It's more so that they're reading different books. But it always surprises me when that comes up. And I mention someone and they don't know. And then they'll, of course, mention someone and I'll sort of look and stare blankly into the sky, not realizing who they're talking about until I see a picture or something of the sort. Who are your heroes?
I have so many, and I'm gonna forget all the important ones, but I know number one is Shantan. His book, The Arrival, was the reason that I became an illustrator, because one of our assignments in school, I think my sophomore year of college, was to bring in a sample of art that we wanted to make. And I didn't have any dreams or goals in particular at that point, and so I just went to Barnes and Noble and walked around the whole store, and I was looking at magazines, and I had never even really spent time as an adult in the picture book section. And I was like going up the escalator and just saw The Arrival was like face out on this stand, and I was like, that looks cool. And I flipped through it, and just the end papers of all those different faces at the beginning. I don't know if you know the book The Arrival, but it has like,
oh, I know at least the cover. I'd have to think what the inside. Like I'm drawing a blank on the inside, but I know the Shantan books. But what remind me what was on the end papers and that.
they're portraits of all sorts of faces because it's an immigration story, but in a really surreal, creative, cool way where there's like monsters and just like cool fantasy elements, but there's just like little squares of faces of people's portraits. They're like realistic and they're cool and they're all unique. And I was like, wow, that's what I want to do. And so I got the book thinking that I wanted to do portraits of people. So I like opened the book when I was displaying it in our class and I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to do portraits. And then since I had that book, I would flip through it and I like eventually realized, you know what? The storytelling and like the book part of it is what I want to do, not just faces.
Yeah. Was there I'm trying were you when you were in school, were you of the era when like Lane Smith and all those folks were still like super I mean they're still huge, but they were superstars. Ridiculous superstars when I was going to school, and I don't remember how long that lasted, like the Stinky Cheese Man and things of that sort.
Well, the Stinky Cheese Man, the actual book, was huge to me when I was in elementary school. They were like you class, so I definitely know it.
Wait a second. That just dated me big time. If I'm trying to think of like when I saw that book first. Oh, I may have just gotten real old in a matter of time.
And wise.
Yeah. Sure. Wise doing a bunch of potty humor constantly. Is there?
That's
Are there authors and folks that you would like to collaborate? I mean, obviously collaborating with your husband is probably number one, and we'll put that at the top of the list. But are there other folks that you're like, oh man, it would be amazing to work on a project with this person or that person?
Yes, there are very, very many. And I've been asked this question before, and I'm always too afraid to say it out loud because it feels like if I say it, people will be like, you don't deserve to work with them. Like, that's a ridiculous dream. Like, how dare you even say that?
Okay, don't say it, but hint it.
Let's see. He's I think, children's literature ambassador.
Oh,
I think.
Okay, I know the name. Yep. No, I could understand that. I will. I won't even say it. I know who you're talking about. If anybody doesn't know, it just got announced that he was the new ambassador for children's literature, or I forget what the official title is, but something along that lines. And he's got lots and lots of books. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. And now that he's like the ambassador, I think my chances just went down another few percentage points.
I don't know. We can put in a good word with his partner in crime on a lot of books, and say, hey, you know who you got to check out.
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'll send a DM to, not that he would have any sway, but they're like best friends, so we can. If I get a chance, I will.
Cool. Thanks for hooking me up. It's all who you know. If this would have been in New York, we would have just been passing each other at a party and like, oh hey.
I don't even know if he remembers me at this point, but we had him on at one point. It's the guy I'm talking about, not the person you're talking about, but they are best friends, and so it's a matter of if I have a conversation with him, I'll drop a line and say, hey, if the person you're talking about ever wants to work with someone that would be really fun to work with, hint, hint, hint.
I have met the person you're talking about too. There's a 0% chance that he remembers me, but I did meet him.
With his long hair?
No, there was a long hair period.
Wait. Are you okay? I like how we're being super cryptic. I will say, Sean Harris. Is that who you're talking about? Or are you talking about the writer?
Oh, I'm talking about the illustrator. Wouldn't it be so funny if we're not talking about the same people ever?
Wait, are you? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna say the name. Are you talking about Mac Barnett?
Yeah.
Okay.
And lesson.
And oh, you're saying John Clausen. Okay, I'm talking about Sean Harris.
Oh, they're also partners?
Yeah, Sean Harris and him did the First Cat in Space Ate Pizza. They did. I mean, they've done
Oh,
together, and so that's what I thought you were talking about. That's why I'm like, what are you talking? Yeah, no, I don't. I don't think that Clausen had long hair, but Sean Harris has some fun long uh, locks that and grain locks, which are really lovely at this point. So yeah, we were talking about a little bit different people.
that's really funny. I feel like I wish we would have kept doing that and just
Okay.
thought we
Yeah.
didn't.
Other heroes that we have. I thought at first when you said the ambassador thing, like I would love to have a conversation at least with the ambassador that was, or not ambassador, but the what was his relationship? Christian Robinson.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like such a big fan of, and I would love to have a like. I don't know if there would be ever a collaborative thing, but I would love to have a conversation with him at some point. Just because I'd love to pick his brain. And the same like John Clausen, yes, pick his brain because he's so smart. Did you read the Rock That Fell from the Sky?
Yeah.
That is like one of my favorite books to read in class. That about the pacing in that book.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if people know that one just on me saying the title, but boy, the pacing of that book. He came to an event that we went to, and he was reading The Skull, and we got The Skull, I think, but then we also got that one, the Rock That Fell from the Sky, or The Stone That Fell from the Sky. I forget what the title is. And it was so good, the pacing, that it's just like I share it with everybody that I can over time. I don't know what's going on with this piece yet. How are you feeling about your piece? I'm at the point now where I'm like, I don't know if this is going to work out or not.
Ooh, puppies are a challenge. I want to see what you're doing. Oh,
the car was green before, and now I'm sort of covering up the car because I thought it was too challenging of a color. And so now I'm starting to look at like, okay, what other colors can I get in here to draw? But that color was just like problematic in my mind.
your color sense is so good. I love watching you figure it out in real time. That's very.
Thank you. It's not anything special. It's literally I just like select some colors and figure it out as I go along. And maybe that's hard for people, but I find it like so much easier than trying to like limiting a palette is my bread and butter. And how do you come across colors? Because I look, one of the things that you have with like I'm looking at The Boy Who Grew a Forest, and obviously there's a palette to that. And A Boy Like You and some of the other books in that series, the Like You series, which I'm going to use that terminology now, the Like You series. There is a palette that stays relatively like consistent from book to book, but how do you choose the colors? Because you again, this is the challenge for me. Of I get to play in a world where if I want to make an animal be a wild color, like a dog be purple, I can make a dog be purple, and that's okay. But I feel like in the world that you live it artistically, you have to be a little bit more cognizant of what colors are viable to put in that situation that are not going to be seen as like the person's coming from space or so out there that it's too challenging. And I'm wondering how do you go about selecting colors? How do you go about picking what you're doing?
Yeah, I do have to keep things pretty realistic. Like all my books happen in the real world where everything obeys the laws of physics and like the proportions are accurate and everyone's skin tone has to be like a real possible skin tone. And so what I worry about my illustrations is that they'll just get boring, that I'll just be illustrating people doing stuff that people can do, and then there's nothing really fun about it. So the way that I try and make my illustrations fun and interesting is with the color and the light in particular. So I'll have like a fun like orange tinted light with like green reflected light, and I'll try and just like have fun with the color in that way. And I generally, because digital color palettes are difficult because you have access to infinite colors.
Yep.
So I do tend to think about it first. Like I'll look at a whole bunch of reference art. Like I have my favorites folder like on Pinterest and Instagram, and I'll look through and pick out some fun color palettes, and then I'll have those images up on a monitor while I'm coloring my own illustrations.
Yeah.
So it kind
I that
of,
idea of like the amount of colors that you have as an option is crazy to me. Of like, I just don't understand, and maybe this is like people talk probably chalk up some of like what I'm doing with color as like, oh, you choose these fun color palettes. It's more so that I'm trying to limit because I don't understand how to work with something that is so broad of a range, or like having to deal with light. I don't deal with light in my work. That's not commonplace. And so like having to have a character and then make it look like it's in a specific light source just doesn't happen. And so what some people may see as like a positive is actually I look at and go like, oh, well, that's because I just don't know how to do it. And I look at what you do and I go like, I don't know how to do that. That's so crazy. And then you look at it in the same sense and go like, oh, well, this, you know, runs the risk of running into being, I forget what the phrase that you said. But that is interesting to me. Just the like, again, this all chalks up to just like imposter syndrome and the challenges of being an artist, of like questioning who you are and why you're doing what you do on a regular basis. Do you find that you know, thinking about that idea of the imposter syndrome, do you find that you are worried about that at this point? I mean, you got 30 books.
yeah, I guess you're right. I do have 30 books. I need to talk to people like you more often because in my head, when people say, do you feel like you have imposter syndrome? I say no, because in order to have imposter syndrome, you have to have achieved something big and then feel like you don't deserve it, kind of. And I feel like, yeah, there's still so many things that I haven't done. I'm a nobody. Like most people don't carry my books in their bookstore. There's like just so many ways that I can beat myself up and be like, yeah, you're nothing.
Yeah.
You're worth. But I do.
I am still surprised to this day if I ever see one of my books in a bookstore.
Right.
I'm floored. And I like, I'm nervous about going up and saying like, do you want me to sign this or anything of the sort? Like, I know people that they walk into the store and people, the book store folks are like, hey, will you sign all the stock that we have? And it's like, they never do that to me because all they have is one at most. And so that imposter syndrome is thick and rampant in this head that's sitting here before you.
I mean, it's good to know that you feel the same way because, yeah, I feel like embarrassed to go into my local indie bookstore where, like, I think they know who I am by now, but I just feel like, sorry to bother you. Like, I know it doesn't matter, but I can sign a book if you want.
Yeah, or could you carry this one book?
Yeah, please.
I've done that. I've gone to like libraries. This is the like, I consider this like sad. It's not that sad. I think a lot of people do it all the time, but like going to my library and saying, hey, will you order this book so you have it on the shelves? And most of the time or my best story that I had recently, it was not that recently, it was probably a year ago. I went into the into our local library, and it was a fun story, but also like I've been going to this library forever, and I was checking something out, and I said, oh, can I see your ID? And I handed them my ID, and they said, oh, that's funny, your name's like this author in the system. And
Oh,
I was like, what? Yeah, that's probably me. And they looked at me and were like, oh, that's you. And I'm like, yeah. But they also didn't recognize, even though I've done so many events and been in the library for years and talked about my books to them, like, hey, can you carry my books? They still didn't quite recognize or see that was the same person. It was kind of funny.
wow.
It's challenging. I mean, you mentioned the idea of like a few people showing up at your reading. I've had that so many times. I had a reading that was I was expecting to have like 50 people at, and I think 4 showed up. But I'm gonna state this: it was probably one of the best readings that I've ever had.
Oh, that's sweet.
Because I got to sit down and have a conversation with them. You know,
Yeah, that is
able to read it and really direct it at them and not just a crowd not that I ever get a crowd, but I was able to direct it in a way that was very different in that instance.
Yeah. And it's good that you could shift gears and really make the most out of it.
Yeah, like I remember that one. It was honestly, it was for a book that was written by Dave Eggers, who is a huge star, you know,
Oh,
won the Newbery, etc. And I had that few people show up. It was a nighttime event, which was like a bad idea to begin with. But the crowd that showed up was more adults and older kids. And so what I did is I just sat in the seat. We made a little semicircle and like had a conversation versus me like sitting up in front of everybody. And like, to me, those are the moments that are much more fun than speaking with a large crowd, just because of that like personal touch aspect.
yeah, that connection is huge. And before my husband was a tattoo artist, he was a children's book buyer at a bookstore. And so he was like behind the scenes on all these events, and they would have huge deal people come in that nobody showed up for their events. So he prepared me for
Yeah,
these things to happen.
it's weird. It's I think it's just like it depends on the time of day. It depends on the weather outside. Like
Yeah,
if it's a really rainy day, no one goes out because they don't want to go out in the rain. But also if it's a really sunny day, everybody wants to be outside and not inside. And then
right.
comes this challenge of like, okay, well, how do you predict what's the best like day or time or all sorts of things like that to have your book reading or to have an event. Um, with your husband being in the arts, was that someone that like did you meet him at school or was this a post school post school love?
I did meet him at school. We technically, so SVA doesn't have like a campus, like an enclosed
Yeah.
campus. There's just a couple buildings throughout the city. So you like go into your building, go to class, come out, and you're just on the street. You're just like on 23rd Street in the city. And so we lived in a dorm, but I had a single room. So I never got the dorm experience because I would just like go to my room by myself,
Yeah.
leave. I never talked to people. So we technically lived in the same dorm room my first year of school, and he saw me at orientation, like across the room, because I kind of stood out, I guess. And then we like never saw each other again. And then a year later, when he was no longer going to school, we saw each other at the gym. And he was like, "Hey, did you go to SVA?" And usually I wouldn't talk to someone at the gym, but because he knew SVA, like I was like, this seems like a cool artsy person.
Yeah.
So I talked to him. So that we like technically kind of met at school, but then also kind of didn't.
Gotcha. It's one of those like having a partner that has gone through some of the experience of art school. I think is I don't want to say it's necessary, but I know it's helpful to have someone that like goes, oh, I was there, I've seen that, I've been through that. I had that kind of teacher, or I've had that kind of connection, because they can sort of root out some of the issues that are showing up, or figure out how to get you around some of the challenges that you're having as an artist or as a maker of sorts. The when if he was a bookseller and then you're in the book field, was that at the before, after, where did that line up?
He worked at a bookstore before, and so then when I did have my first book, he was still working there, so he was able to like put it out, like face it out, do a shelf pucker, and then they like peddled a whole bunch of
Yeah,
my books.
got a nice display right up front.
Yeah, that was cool. And I mean, I personally feel like he should have just kept doing that forever, but for some reason he wanted to be a tattoo artist.
Yeah, he's was that, did he go to like the apprentice stuff to become a tattoo artist stuff, the like working in a shop and all that fun stuff?
Yeah, becoming a tattoo artist is so hard. There's no school, so you have to find someone, a professional who's willing to apprentice you. Like you just have to get lucky. Like not everyone takes on apprentices, so there's really great tattoo artists, but they're not, being teachers. And so he luckily did find someone, but he had to kind of like hound them. You have to like show up to the shop and like, I don't know, offer your services. I know like some people will like be a cleaner at a tattoo shop an apprentice position opens up.
Yeah.
It's like kind of hard.
I have students that always want to go into it, and like I know some of the industry, and we live in an area, or not we live, but the school that I work at is in an area where there's quite a few tattoo shops around, and a lot of them that we work with like on a internship apprentice sort of level. But it is the amount of like grunt work, like sweep the floors for the day kind of thing, is insane how much they have to go through. And I know there's a big faux pas about not doing that in the in the tattoo world, like people who try to get around that, and how that can be seen as like that you're not sort of I want to say like not that you're not learning the ropes, but you are probably not getting the same experience of seeing and like understudy that you would get if you were an apprentice in those situations. Does
Yeah.
Does he weigh in on your kidlit stuff? Does he critique at all?
You know, I think when we were first starting in our careers, we would like go to each other more for advice and help. And like every once in a while now, he'll be stuck with a design and I might give input. And every once in a while, I'll get like some difficult line in a book and I'll be like, I just can't think of any ideas. Like, what do you think of when you hear this line? Like sometimes we'll go to each other, but definitely not critiquing. Like he would never like look over my shoulder and be like, are you sure you want to do that? Or like no unsolicited advice. We kind of stick to our own thing. But it is just really nice having someone who speaks the language, who understands the struggle of working with a client. Like we definitely talk to each other about stuff, but our own work is pretty separate.
Yeah, he commiserates with the situation.
Absolutely.
My wife was a illustration major when she was in school, and we met at an animation studio and things of the sort. And so like we've always been in the arts of some sort, and she definitely like I'm not saying this in a bad way, but she does critique and help a lot of times with stuff that I miss. Like that's the thing that she's very good at, is spotting the things that I just chalk up to, well, oh, everybody sees this. Oh, it's all perfect and there's no challenge with what I'm doing. And then she'll point out like, oh, you missed this one little thing, or I can't see that one detail that you think is so clear. And it's that thing that I need on a regular basis. I want to make sure I didn't miss, because we've been talking for a while, I want to make sure I didn't miss any major questions back here. Oh,
yeah, that's helpful, because once you've been staring at something, you've just been in this world, you almost can't see it anymore. And then if someone else who knows what they're talking
yeah, I think
that's
are you looking, okay, wait, are you looking at the work that I'm doing and pulling a palette, or am I looking at the work that you're doing and pulling a palette, or are we just both randomly, because I don't think I've been looking at the palette, but we both have a purple dog, we both have something pink, and we both have something brown.
No, my phone is above my head right now, but that's cool. We're just like psychic linked.
Shockingly like close color palette. That's okay. I was not expecting that one bit, but there it is. I'm trying to do something with dogs and ears flapping. That's all I got. I don't know if it's anything special at this point, but we'll get there. So tell me a little bit about sort of your history as, like, were you a kid that looked at a lot of books? Was this something that you knew early on that you wanted to be in this like illustrative world? Or is that something that sort of like, like you mentioned, I think you said your parents at one point were supportive. I forget what the phrasing was that you said. But tell me about sort of the early start.
Yeah, my parents have always been super supportive, and I always liked art, and I feel like it's hard to tell with kids if someone is like good at art. It just seems like everyone's good at art, and then some kids just keep doing it, some kids stop. Like I've heard that said a lot.
Yeah.
And I can just kind of tell the difference between how I was and how other kids were, just based on how I was able to be alone drawing for so long, to just like focus and occupy myself. So that was definitely a way that I spent my time, and loved drawing, but I didn't know or believe that it could be a career. Like someone saying they wanted to be an artist when they grow up is like saying you want to be an actor. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, cool. Like that doesn't happen. So it was never my plan to be an artist because I didn't really think it was possible. But
Were
then,
Well, was your perception of an artist that they were all like? Because I had the same thing. I didn't think I could be an artist until probably college, or not college. Sorry, no, I went to art school. That doesn't make any sense.
mhm.
When I was in high school, and it was a teacher that I had that basically sort of got behind me and said, "You can do this. You can, you can make a go of it." But he also was a commercial art teacher. And so, like, I know that there was a thing like commercial arts. I always assumed it was just you had to be a big name painter and that was it.
Yeah, that's cool that you had that example. Like no one in my family was arty. Like my parents definitely weren't, and no one had an art career. And I thought, like I knew I need to go to college. I need to go to college in New York City. So like, what's out there? I thought I would just have to go to NYU and study art history. I thought like that's people who like art. They're like the only option at various schools that I looked at was
Art
just the art
history.
history program at like memorizing dates. That would have been so bad for me. But I didn't get into NY, and so then I was like panicking. So like I know I need to be in New York City. I don't know like what to do. And then I was on the subway and saw an ad for SVA, and I was like, get out of town. You can go to college just for art? Like that's so freaking cool. And so then that's how I knew. So it was sort of like a failure brought
Yeah.
me here.
Did you? So you didn't look at MCAD at all?
No, I knew I needed to be in New York City to
Okay.
work.
I I know that like when I was looking, I applied to all these like Midwest ones like MCAD, and I applied to um, MIAD, the Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design, but it was all like, if I get into RISD, I'm going to RISD. And it wasn't a location thing. It was just at the time, I mean, we were looking at colleges in books. So I would look and say like, okay, what colleges have illustration as a viable thing? And it was in a book. And it was either there or you didn't know about it. And so once I saw that RISD was a, well-respected one, I went. And I know that SVA and Pratt were ones that I was also looking at, but I was too scared of the city to make that leap of faith. I'm just not a city boy of any sort.
Yeah.
I was coming from the Midwest. I want to go back to Minnesota at some point. We have friends that are my family friends and whatnot that were out there, and they've been saying, "When are you coming back? When are you coming back?" And I wanted to go back. Did you go to Icon?
Actually, no, I didn't, but I had friends who went.
Okay, because I was going to come back for that, but there was I was out of country at the time, so I couldn't go to that. But
Oh,
very excited about the fact that it was in Minneapolis, because I was like, I get to go back to my old, haunt of sorts, and get to see all these things that I missed out on. Like, I know it's not called Lake Calhoun anymore because I think that's like considered a bad name, but it's called,
yeah.
what is it now?
Yeah, that's a colonizer name, I guess. It's Bidet Makaska. Pretty sure it's pronounced that way.
That and
Yeah.
the one that I always think is funny named, but Dinky Town, like area
Yeah.
and whatnot. Like there are so many things and memories from back then that would be fun to go see.
Yeah.
Are you an outdoorsy person, or do you just like expanse?
Both. I like outdoorsy. I like getting dirty, going for hikes, playing dogs, all the outside stuff. And there's a lot of really great parks around here. Like I live very close to Lebanon Hills Park, where there's a bunch of trails.
Have,
Just cool park.
have you done Boundary Waters at all?
Yeah, I have.
Did you like it?
I've been there, loved it. I have more. I go there with my brother. It's just like figuring out our schedules and timing. But yeah, I definitely will be going back there at some point. I love it.
Every time I talk to people about growing up there, that's like the number one thing I talk about was the time going up to the Boundary Waters. And for anybody that doesn't know, it's like I don't even know how many lakes and whatnot, but it's a series of waterways that are all connected where you can't boat, and you can't bring in if you don't bring out. So it's a very like very beautiful nature space. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no motors, no
Yeah.
cans.
Portage every
Yeah.
and so like I just remember I spent like a couple weeks out there, hauling canoes from one lake to the next and living off of the land of sorts. And it was just so beautiful, and you don't see that kind of space all that often anymore. At least not out here. Let's put it that way. So tell me a little bit about the work that you're doing now, the books that you're working on. I want to talk a little bit about sort of style or the dreaded word style in a lot of people's eyes, just because it's, I don't know if you have the same thing, but I'm trying to move away from that wording to something that's a little bit more like voice or aesthetic or something of that sort. But I want to talk to you about sort of like how you developed the work that you do, and do you think that the work that you're doing now is the same or in some way has shifted from what you did when you started?
Yeah, I do think it has shifted a lot. I'm just way more competent in my skills. Like with lots of figure drawing practice, I just feel so much more capable as a drafts person.
Okay.
So my style has evolved with the books that I've been getting hired to do. Like I started out, very silly. So all my proportions were real cartoony. Everyone had super big eyes and things were just like more playful and not quite as real to life. And then like as I got hired to do more serious books, then the proportions got more realistic, and then things just sort of evolved partly intentionally and partly just like beyond my control. That's just what my hands wanted to
Yeah.
make.
Is it something that, looking at that idea of moving towards something that's more realistic in the way that your, hand and eye work together, is that something that you have tried to focus on at this point, or do you feel like it's so locked in that it's just sort of like you don't have to think about it of any sort anymore?
Yeah, I think I have my system down for working on books. That's just like I do my sketches, I do my flat color, I do my textures, I do shadows, highlights. There's just like a boom, boom, boom system. And so when I'm working on books, I don't think about it. And I'm actually trying very, very hard. Oh, my dog's snoring. Can you hear him?
Uh-huh. I can hear the little, is that the, wait, is that like puffing out?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's doing the whimper.
We don't have dogs that have those big faces anymore, so we don't get those kind of snores.
Ugh,
Yeah.
I love
so happy.
Shoot, I forget what. So aesthetic.
it.
Just so the idea of what you're doing and the way that you're working. How do you? And this is a question for those that are sort of watching and questioning their style or questioning their approach or whatnot. How do you keep it fresh for yourself?
Oh, right. I remembered what I was saying. So my like work style is systematic. I know what I'm doing, but then I am trying to be more laid back and have fun and make mistakes and have more texture. So like honestly, what I'm doing right now is me being laid back and, and like not uptight, even though it's still like super, I guess, precise. But there's like textures in here, there's mistakes. This is like very raw to me. So I'm really trying to loosen up. And I mean that like in all the ways, to just like not be so uptight about
No,
stuff.
I mean that is especially in a world where we are worried about consistency, we're worried about perception and whatnot. To loosen up and let things go is a very hard thing to do. And also, what people may like, you say like, this is loosening up for you, and it may be very different for someone else. Someone else might look at your work and go like, oh man, that is so stiff. Or someone might go like, that is the craziest thing. I would never think of doing that. And it's all perception, and it's all uh, understanding that it's subjective to the artist themselves in something like that. And so, like, I give credit to anybody that's willing to sort of try and poke around and let things happen, because to me, that's the perfect place to be in artwork, where you just don't 100% know what's happening. And I think that's well, let me ask you this, because this is sort of tangential to that. When you're working on a book, what is your favorite part of working on said book?
Favorite part. Well, I also want to say that that's what I love and admire in other people's work, is like seeing their hand in it. And so I'm trying to be more like that. But my favorite part is when I finally have, like, everything's all sketched out. I know exactly where everything's going to be, all the flat colors in, I have my palette figured out, and then I just get to do little details.
Okay.
Like, I just love, like, doing an intricate pattern on someone's clothes, or drawing their facial features, and just like adding little details and really getting into the weeds with that.
The stacking of textures and stacking of things. That's
yeah.
I love doing that part of it, especially if there's no rules. If it's just like the equivalent of an animal that has lots of fur, you can just you can make a line go one direction and another line go another direction. It doesn't really matter. Like if it's a robot, that's a different story. You got to have, the details need to make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be just like flopping around wherever. And so the reason why I sort of wonder that, or the reason why I brought that up just then, was just that idea of like the letting stuff go. Sometimes for me, has always been this, has gravitated me towards the beginning of the process. And so I like the sketching. I like the sample pieces. That's the world I want to live in at all times, because you're just playing. And then when I get to like the last page of a book, it's drudgery. It is the worst. And I dread getting down to that point. But some people love the long haul. But I'm such a I want it one and done as much as possible. And so understanding sort of the range in which you love to live. How do you structure the making of your books? Like, are you someone that does do a lot of work? Like, do you work on spread after spread? Do you work on multiple spreads at once? What is the actual process like for you?
It's like an all cohesive, or what's as a whole holistic approach, where I do like little tiny thumbnails of everything, just to make sure that all my ideas, because actually a lot of books I work on are not a linear story. They're sort of like ideas, like the Like You books. It's like there is no story being told throughout, so I'm kind of adding the story based on what the characters are doing, and in the illustration kind of tell a story. So I really just want to make sure I get all my ideas out of possible things that I want to draw, and that's in like very rough thumbnails. And then I tighten everything up, and then I tighten everything up again, and then send that to a publisher. And I usually send pretty tight sketches. Like, I want people to know exactly what I mean, so that so there's not as much guesswork. Like, I want everything to be figured out in the sketch stage when it's still easy, because my work is pretty involved and detailed. So for me to redo something would be
I could totally. I never, I've had to redo stuff, but not to the level of what you had to. I've had to move some stuff around, but not in that same, I've never had to really redo a page. Have you had to redo a page, or is it, when you get notes back, is it more so just like move this leg over here, move this arm over here kind of situation that you do digitally?
I've never had to redo a page once the sketch has been approved, because everybody just kind of knows, and then I'm basically like coloring it in, and I even give grayscale rough lighting in my sketches too, so they kind of know, like, if there's going to be an interesting lighting scenario, it's all shown to them in sketches. What was the question?
Well,
Where was I going with this?
I don't know. Do you do color comps?
Only when I'm asked to, but because I work digitally, I like do all the flat color and then I can tweak those colors to make sure that I like how they work together. So not
Okay.
usually.
That's one of those ones where like as a for some when you said that you like the like or the idea of like locking it in somewhat so there isn't as much what do I want to say like challenge at the later stage so you don't have to redo. That made me think like, oh man, are you because I cannot do color comps. That would be the death of me if I had to do that, and I'm afraid that even the equivalent of the last round of sketches that I sent in, the company that I'm working for, they sent me galleys of the pages, which was I asked for that just so I could see where they were thinking some of the type or how big the type would be on the page, but when they sent it with a like tinted background, like an orangey terracotta colored background, and so I just sketched on top of that. Because I'm sketching digitally, I just sketched on top of it. But then when I sent it in, I was very worried that when I sent it in, they're going to go, oh, like, is this a color that you want in the piece? And it was literally just what they sent me. But it was this fear of mine that somehow I've locked myself in on a color that I don't want in it at all. And it's again, I'm not saying it's the death of me, but it is definitely not something I want to have to live up to the colors that are presented in a sketch stage.
Yeah, that's part of your process is figuring it out. Like you don't know how the page is
No,
gonna look until
I do not. I don't know.
that's fun.
I looking at even like what I'm doing tonight, it's totally different than what I drew up as a sketch. One of the things when I sent off the sketches, and this is I don't know how kosher this is to do, but I said in the notes to the art director, like, here's my thumbnails. This is about as tight as I want to get on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they already knew ahead of time. I'd already talked to them a little bit that I didn't want to get super tight in the detail and whatnot in the sketches, but I don't know if it's too loose or too tight for what they expect normally. But I don't want to get more detailed because again, any locking in just becomes a hurdle I have to deal with later.
Yeah, for sure. And you set your boundaries right away.
Yep.
This is what I do. What you're gonna.
Yeah. Don't expect more than this. This is what it is. Deal with it. As far as schedule and maintaining sort of the work, I know that you had mentioned that your husband and you sort of work at the same time sometimes, etc. But now that you have this studio, is this is solely your studio, or is it?
No, for both of us, it's just the fun place. This is the play place. I'm still not gonna do my paid work out here because I do that inside at my desk, and this is just like the make a mess zone. We've done a puzzle out here. We've uh, done like paintings and sculpture. I've had friends over and we draw in here. It's just like for fun.
Gotcha. But what kind of schedule are we keeping in a space like that? Are you or not necessarily there, but I guess because you just said not there. What kind of schedule are you keeping as far as working on books and things of the sort? Are you someone who's, a regular time frame person? Is it a certain time of day that is the go-to?
Yeah, when I'm working on a project, I'm so like deadline goal oriented that I will just work until my eyes go fuzzy. And I like working. I like when I wake up, I have to exercise, take care of the dogs, and then do any chores. Like if there's any errands I have to run, I just like getting everything that has a deadline out
Yeah.
of the way so that once I start working, I can just keep on going and not be interrupted.
But are you working late into the night? Like
No,
this
because I like
abnormal
sleep.
right now?
Oh yeah, I'd be working now.
Okay.
And it's like when Peter gets home. So like I'll start working at maybe like noon or 1, and then just keep on working until Peter comes home. And that ranges because he'll have different clients with different size tattoos, different schedules. So he might come home at like 6, and then we'll take a break, eat some food, and then we'll both go back to work. We'll like put something on TV or listen to a podcast, and then we'll both just be drawing until maybe like 10-ish.
And then fade out for the night, as we do around.
Wind
Yeah.
sort of TV
This
show.
are you wait, TV shows, what are we watching?
Okay, right now we're watching Severance, which is freaking amazing. Are you watching Severance?
We don't have Apple TV regularly, so we're waiting until all the episodes are ready, and then we're gonna watch all of them in a shot, like binge it.
That's smart. It's so tough waiting.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Right now you're like, what is it? It's one a week that they're airing.
Yeah. So ancient.
Yeah. Old timey.
Yeah, really. I need a binge.
But it's as good as the first season.
Yes, I think so. I'm very easy to please. Like, I'm definitely not a critic. I don't like analyze things, and I'm not a writer, so I am generally very accepting of most things. So it's just super fun. Like, sort of the surprise element of the first season where I was just like, this is so weird. Like, what is going on? Like, a little bit of that is gone because I kind of know what to expect, but there's still a lot of freaking cool stuff. Like, visually it's interesting. Like, I feel like it's making lots of comments on work life, and it's beautiful, and it's very cool.
The aesthetic side of it is like alone is enough to watch a show like that. I'm trying to think what did we just start? We just finished the show Laid. That was very, very good. The gist of it is just if you don't know it, is a lady who all of her ex-boyfriends are dying in the order in which she slept with them.
Whoa.
It's a comedy, but sort of a wild, weird sort of comedy. But we just started, A Murder at the End of the World. This weird.
Ooh.
It's like a thriller kind of thing, and we're only 2 episodes in, but it seems pretty cool. But yeah, Apple TV. Like, once we were watching Foundation on there, and I want to see Silo and a bunch of stuff that are on that. But we're gonna wait until we get a chance to watch all of those and just blast through them all as fast as we can before the subscription or the month is out. Kind of situation.
Did you read the book Silo?
No. I've heard that it's good, but I've seen and know that the visual style of the show is pretty rad, and anything that's sort of a sci-fi thing we are into.
Cool. Yeah, I loved it. Loved the books. Loved the show.
Were you a big on the Severance front, were you a big, what's his name, Adam Scott fan beforehand?
Absolutely. Yeah, because Parks and Recreation, I love. That's how I knew him from. And then he was also in The Good Place, which is my favorite show. So he's very cool in my mind.
He's in The Good Place.
Did you watch The Good Place?
Yeah, who was he in The Good Place?
He was a demon. I can't remember if it was the first season or second. I think it was the first one. Yeah, he was like one of the first demons.
I have to go back and watch. I don't remember him being in that.
He comes in with Bad Janet for the first time, and he's just like really funny. And then I think it's the third season when they're on Earth, he was like the demon that came in and pretended to be a human to sabotage their study group.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll have to. That's one of those shows that like I remember loving that show so much when that came out, especially like watching it and not knowing the twist. Someone told us just watch it, and we're like, okay. And then the twist comes and it floors you right off the bat. But I feel like it's one of those shows that I don't know if I can go back and watch it again because I do know the twist.
Well, I honestly just recently watched it, and I have a terrible memory, so I can do stuff like that and still be like, well, I don't know what's going to happen. But all the jokes are funny, and it's kind of like fun to pay attention to all the ways that the characters are acting, like knowing the twist and being like, oh, it's that person did that, and now I know, I get the irony of it, because I'm like, in on the secret. I thought it was still super fun. And that's like the perfect show to me because it's covering such dark, heavy stuff like the meaning of life and death and everything, but it's also super funny and the characters are just lovable.
It's the yeah, it's one of those things. It made me appreciate Ted Danson.
Yeah.
And like
Yeah.
I knew him from Cheers and all that kind of stuff, like from that era, but I always thought of him as being sort of just like, oh, he's a big superstar, and it really like not necessarily that it brought him down to earth in a way in my mind, but it definitely made me appreciate like what a lovely person he is. And now seeing him at other shows and seeing him on other things, I'm like, oh, he's pretty amazing and interesting to watch just in general. And that show really did that for me. And same thing with what's the main lady?
Kristen Bell?
Like I didn't know because she was on something like Veronica Mars or something like that. Beforehand, which I never watched that kind of stuff in general, or those kinds of shows that she was on, or at least I chalked them up to being something like Gilmore Girls. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I chalked it up to something like that. And so like seeing her in this was the first time I had seen her in something, and I was like, oh, she's really funny and like gets it, and like there's lots of me appreciating something that was new. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Ted Danson was also in Man on the Inside, which was really charming.
Yeah,
too.
We watched that one. That one was great. That one was him and what was not Susan Summers. Who was the like shorter blonde lady?
Oh, is it Susan Sarandon? No, I don't remember.
If my wife is watching, she should be able to nail that one down. I can't think. Sally Struthers.
Right.
Yeah, no, that one was really good, and like, it's also, you know, I don't know in your case, but our parents are getting older, and
yeah,
you know, it's sort of it was a little bit challenging at times, just the content. I forget if it was that show, if it was a different show that I was like getting teary-eyed at that one, honestly, and I forget what it was, but there was something in it that made me like, oh, this is really sad. Yeah, and I don't like sad. I'm real macho. I'm a super macho guy, and sad. No, I don't get teary eyed about a lot of things, but that one in particular, that show, there was one episode that got me pretty good. Okay, ready? Now that leads to a question. We're in the weird part of the show where we just start asking weird questions. Okay, what's the last movie or TV show that you cried at?
It is weird what like a peek into someone's personality you get when you ask a question like this, because I just learned my husband was talking to his brother, and then they were talking about a movie that really got him and he really cried, and I was like, oh, I watched that and like didn't do it for me because it was like more like their issues. But the movie that I recently just like absolutely lost it was my old ass, the one with the girl who played April on Parks and Rec.
Aubrey Plaza?
Yeah. So she's in it. Have you seen it or heard of this?
It's called
movie?
My Old Ass?
Yeah, it's an unfortunate title because I feel weird talking about it, and just how like deep and heavy it was to me. Like the title's My Old Ass. It's about a girl who is like, I think she's a like early 20s or teenager, and she does mushrooms, and while she's tripping she hallucinates an older version of herself, the like 30-year-old or mid 30-year-old version of herself, and so they like talk to each other, and then they have this relationship, and they can like text and stuff, and it's just like hit me. It's like a really powerful love story, and it just like really hit me because I think about dark stuff all the time. Like I'm always thinking about my husband dying, our dogs dying, and just like the fact that like it's going to happen. Like everyone I love is going to die. I just don't know when. And so like having this like really beautiful story, I was like, oh my God, that's how I feel.
I've never heard of it. This is it a serious movie or is it a
It's a comedy with heart. So like it is like really heavy, but then also there's comedy and funny. And like it seems like very Aubrey Plaza.
Yeah.
Like she's like deadpan, but then also silly, but then also saying really like speaking some truths.
Well, that's why I asked that question. Is like I don't see her as being someone who does a lot of like super serious stuff. Everything I've seen her in has a little bit of wit and charm and silliness to it, and so that's the like that's why I wonder that idea of like, yeah, how dense of a material is it? I'm trying to think if there's some movie that we've seen recently that was like in that same ballpark. The last movie that or the last TV show that I probably got teary-eyed was that one, but I always chalk up, and this can be, I've said this on here I think before, but movies, there's the Finding Neverland. That one got both my wife and I were like, oh man, this is so sad.
Yeah.
And then the one that no one quite understands the same way, or I have to explain myself, and this, I don't even know if you'll know this movie, the movie Cocoon.
Oh, I've never seen it.
Do you know what the movie is about though?
No.
So the movie is about this group of divers who bring up these weird like rocks from the bottom of the ocean, and they put them in a pool, and unbeknownst to them, they are alien cocoons of.
Oh.
And these old people go swim in this pool that those are in, and all of a sudden get younger and feel, energetic, and their lives are better because they're young at heart again, essentially.
Okay.
They have back. And when I saw it, it was around the time, or like, it was around the time where my grandparents were getting really old. And so like I remember watching that and just like bawling, because it was me not watching old people, it was me watching my grandparents.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
It was a textual one. Like, is it a good movie? No, it's not a good movie at all. It's a Steve Gutenberg movie, which says something right there. But that one took me. Took me
on the time. Like when what's your headspace when you're watching a movie?
Yeah, I mean, most of the time I want comedy. Yeah. But that one, I think it's supposed to be a comedy movie, but like it just, it hit in a way that was different, or not what I was expecting when I saw it at that time. Now I could probably watch it and be like, whatever, but it was the moment. It was that moment. Okay, so outside of that, this is an unrelated question. What are we listening to?
While I'm working, I like listening to podcasts, and I like ologies with Allie Ward. I kind of like learning stuff sometimes, depending on what I'm working on. I'll definitely do some true crime. I like the show Let's Learn Everything, where they just go over like just science topics, all sorts of topics that's just like teaching cool stuff that maybe you didn't learn in. What about you? Are you a podcast guy?
Podcast, but it's primarily comedy. So it's
nice.
My wife and I listen to Comedy Bang Bang.
Me too.
Oh, you do? Okay. Are you an avid listener?
I am, except I haven't been working on a book. Like usually I'm always caught up, but I think I've missed the last month. But other than repeated.
So you know who Andy Daly is? You know who PFT is?
Yeah.
They're on, I think, the second episode this year. It was fabulous. There's one like there are some. I'm not a big laugher when I'm listening to stuff. I'm not like giggling constantly when I like being silly, but for some reason I'm not a out loud laugher. Most part in those situations. But that episode cracked me up. So wait, if I say Uggams, do you know who Uggams is?
I think so. Is that one of the characters they were playing?
Not one of them. It was someone, I forget who played it, but it was a potato that was being boiled to death.
Oh my god.
Okay. I'm wondering like how deep your love of the show is.
Well, I know most of the characters. Uggam sounds familiar. Like I just have a bad memory with but I know like all the way back to Tracy Reardon.
Yep. And we have, of course, big Manzukis fans here. So like we listen to How Did It Get Made?
Okay, I haven't listened to it, but I've heard about that, and I do love Jason Mantzoukas.
Yeah, so we those. Oh, have you ever seen the one show that is probably my favorite show? Well, one of my two favorite shows, let's put it that way, is a show called Taskmaster.
Oh my God, that is what we watch every single day while we have lunch.
Yes. Okay. So you know the. So if I say the name Mike Wozniak, let's see if you know. He was on season. Like, are you all the way through all of them?
Well, we skipped around, so I've seen only some of them.
Oh.
Maybe I haven't seen that one.
You got to see that. That one is that season's really funny because of a Mike Wozniak thing. But we love that show, and Jason Mantzoukas is going to be on the next season of it.
Yeah, I can't wait. Is it out yet? Is it like available to watch yet? Did it happen?
They have filmed it, and I think they're going to start showing in another, like, my guess is another month. They'll start airing them on the BBC, so it'll be a little bit before we can see them on like YouTube or things of the sort. But we were very excited that it happened because we know PFT and Jason Mantzoukas are big fans of that show. We were very happy to hear that they're going to be, or that Mantzoukas is on. He actually apparently asked to be on the show versus them asking him, which is interesting.
Yeah, I was wondering how that happened because he's so not British that I was like, that's exciting.
No, he showed up and just said, "Can I be on the show?" And they said yes. It was pretty simple. Apparently, that's what I've heard on some talk show or something of the sort that was related. But yeah, we listen to a lot of those like tangential or related shows that are in that same range. So like Freedom, I don't know if you've ever seen that one. And I'm trying to think if there's other ones that are in that same range. But that's the kind of stuff. And then every once in a while, I love me a good Keith Morrison. Dateline. He's the like murder guy on 2020 and Dateline. Yeah. And so his podcasts are always really fun because of his cadence.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm so glad that you listen to Freedom because I was going to mention that, but nobody knows what Freedom is, so I never usually say that. And my husband's always teasing me because he'll walk in while I'm listening to it, and it's just them like talking over each other about like silly stuff, and he's like, "You're rotting your brain with this. Like, what is going on?"
Yeah, it's them talking over each other nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
And if you understand their dynamics, then it's really funny, and if you don't, it's not funny, or it's confusing at best.
It's the perfect show to listen to while I'm working because it feels like I'm hanging out with people, like I'm just not sitting by myself.
Now, them have you seen them live at all? Any of those folks?
No, have you?
Oh yes, plenty of times.
Wow.
You got to go to those shows. They're so funny. I don't know how much they get out to Minnesota, but I know that they do go up there.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, I couldn't tell you where they show or anything of the sort, but they are always, like, those shows are always so funny on a regular basis that I would highly recommend, even if your husband doesn't partake in those shows, that the live shows are easily as good, if not better, than the recorded ones, just because they get wilder and it's not as edited of sorts. And so if you ever get a chance, go.
Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah, I'll make him come with and have a good time.
Force him. Yes. Force him to go. That's
good advice.
It's one of those ones where they have the show and they always ask people like, how many people have seen this before or heard us before? And then you're always surprised that someone says no, because they're in for a show.
Yeah.
But totally. It's funny, I say those shows and most people don't know who those people are as well. I'm like, well, I listen to these and I've been listening for like 15 years. Right. And most people don't have any idea about those. My wife just said, we also listen to, or she in particular, more so than me, listens to a show called Bananas. That's like news, a silly news thing, where they like weird news that they do, and it's Kurt Brownholer, who is a very funny comedian that is another one that we sort of watch.
Oh, so it's not Bonanza.
No. It's just a show called Bananas, and it's all just silly news that shows up in the paper or in whatever source, and people send them it, and they just talk about stories. And it's very similar. Like if you like Threedom, you probably would like it in a sense. Once you get to know the characters, it becomes really fun.
Oh, love it. Cool.
Okay, so that's. What about music? Are you a music fan?
Yes, but a lot of my musical taste is just copying whatever Peter's listening to. And
Okay.
he really likes Billy Martin, and I really like Billy Martin. Devendra Banhart is also, I feel like that, yeah, I just copy people. That's like, I learned about Devendra Banhart through my brother.
Who is, you said Billy Martin? I don't know who Billy Martin, what kind of music are we talking? Because I don't know those names.
Okay, so Billy Martin is a lady, and I could even be saying the wrong name. We'll see if Peter yells at me. But it's like very like soft, dreamy, soothing music. And then Devendra Banhart is like folk, a little quirky, maybe quirky folk.
And then I'm trying to think if there's other like okay, here's the other one. Books. Are you a kidlit only book person, or are you reading adult books too?
I read all kinds of books. I'll even read the Dragon Fantasy books, is what I'm reading right now. The Fourth Wing series is what I'm reading right now. But yeah, I like reading serious stuff. I like reading like psychology. I like reading kidlit. I like doing it all.
Wait, the Dragon what now books?
The Dragon books, Fourth Wing, the craze. It's like a romance, sexy dragons.
Gross.
Well, the people are being sexy, not the dragons. No reality.
Sure. Good cover. Slide that one by right in the last second. All right, what are we reading for kidlit stuff? Who's the go-tos?
Oh, that's a good question. I like graphic novels. I like this one, Summer is what's popping out. I don't have my bookshelf in front of me, otherwise I could be cheating. That's in the house. There's lots of graphic novels. What about
Are there any ones in particular that you can like think of in the heat of the moment?
No, because I'm terrible. I should have brought all my books down here with me. If I was looking at my bookshelf, I'd be like, oh, obviously.
Yeah. The go-tos. I'm trying to think if there's like, I don't do a lot of reading outside of like the books that my wife shoves in front of me, because she is the more of the reader of the bunch. I will look at books till the end of time, but I'm not the reader of sorts. And so she's very good at like, you got to read this one. This one's really good. Take your time, etc. And I forget what the book was that she just handed me the other day that she was like, you got to read this one. But are you a library person? I know you'd mentioned libraries previously, but
I'm like embarrassed about my library use. It's not enough. I don't go there enough, and I buy too many books.
What? Well, okay. What? When you say you buy too many books, I'm gonna ask a question. This is just, I need a general number. I don't need the full number or the exact number. But how many books we got?
I've never counted before, but we have 3 floor-to-ceiling IKEA bookshelves that are maybe like 3 feet wide, and they're just like packed, and they're double shelved, and they're like stacked on. So we have like the books regular stacked and then stacked on top of them, and then we have books in our basement that are in shelves. So I don't know, like 1,000.
Cool. Okay, that's what
Lots of.
There's so many people that I've had on where I go like, okay, what's your book collection like? And they go, oh, I'm trying to hone it down. And I'm like, what are you
Yeah.
talking about? Like, no, these books are with me until I give them to my kid when he's old enough and has kids,
Mhm.
or I'm like moving into some sort of home.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to get rid of them. Like they're too important to me, and like too many memories with some of the books. What about when you were growing up? What were the go-to books for you? Like, was there an author or an artist that you gravitated towards?
You know, not really. I read what I was supposed to read in school, and then I didn't have a whole lot of fun outside of that. I didn't pick up books on my own. Like I remember reading when I was a kid, The Rainbow Fish and Stinky
Yeah.
Cheese Man, and like all the popular books, and any book that had a cat in it, I would buy. So I had the 10,000 Cats, and then just like I don't just like kind of not big name people, but just like really beautiful illustrations of cats. So I don't even remember the names. And when I was young like that, because I didn't see making books as a job, I didn't even like correlate that there were people who made the books. So I was never a fan of
Yeah,
an author.
specific. Gotcha.
I like I liked certain books, but I kind of didn't like understand that like, oh, if you like this book, then this author wrote other ones that you might also enjoy.
Yeah.
And until I was an adult that I started really getting into books.
I don't think I ever paid attention to authors or anything of the sort, minus the big ones like you know who Eric Carle is,
Right.
and
Right.
Richard Scarry, and those kinds of things. But like the one-off books that we had, I knew the titles, I knew the stories, but I couldn't tell you who they're written by of any sort. One of the ones that growing up, I look back and I go like, there are artists that are of my era that were so like, important to me, and that I missed a whole chunk of kidlit folks. Like, and I just missed the like 90s kidlit genre, and then I hear about them from students. So like people like Jan Brett.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I love
Yeah,
them.
like that was just an era that I didn't, I was not part of as a I don't know. When I was in college, I was not paying attention to kidlit stuff in the same way that I was when I was, young, or I am now. And so I feel like I missed out on a lot of books of a certain era. And now I see them and I'm like, oh, this looks interesting. And someone's like, yeah, that was the like #1 Caldecott winner for that 1992. And I'm like, sure it is. I just
Right.
at this point. Is there are there artists and books now that you that are sort of classic books to you, like things that you look back and you go like, this is the one in the collection that I would just never ever get rid of?
Anything by Shantan.
Okay.
And I actually have like Jan Brett's Snowy Treasury that I loved as a kid and as an adult, so that would be one. And so many. I love any book by Julia Denos.
Yep.
Yeah, her artwork. I would never get rid of that. And then Rebecca Green, love all her books.
I still, like, to this day, have not figured out how to write something like the ghost book that she did.
Oh,
like,
right.
I remember trying to write a book and like figuring out, not necessarily I want to write that book of any sort, but like just the structure, like the instructional manual sort of aspect to it, and the way the chapters are laid out and stuff. I always was really appreciative of that and the length at which that book goes. But then it also has the nice little, like, not necessarily moral, but there is a moment at the end that really sort of is better than anything that I could write at this point, in the sense of encapsulating the idea of why there is this ghost and what their relationship is. Your husband says she has 400 plus picture books. So either you need to duke it out and figure out who's actually right, because 1,000 and 400 are way off.
Oh, are we talking books or just all books?
Oh, I was
Does that include
books.
graphic novels, art books?
Okay, so in general, you have about 1,000 books, but there's 400-ish picture books.
Okay, that sounds right.
Okay, all right. I'm willing to accept that at this point. I'm willing to accept those numbers as being.
Okay, good.
Uh,
We don't need to it.
It's one of those things where like you must be in the same ballpark as my wife and I, where we go into a bookstore and we walk out with 4 or 5 books every time. And it's this.
I can't
What was
help it.
that?
I just can't help it. I try not to. I'm like, I'm just gonna look, and then I need to look at it later.
Yeah, it's and what is there? You said you had a local bookstore that you like a
Yeah,
small indie
we
that you lean on.
we have lots of books, local bookstores, independent ones. There's Red Balloon in St. Paul, which is children's books, and then the children's book store in Minneapolis is Wild Rumpus, and so those are like kids book focused. But then there's lots of cool indie ones that are all sorts of ages.
Yeah.
Like Next Chapter in St. Paul is cool.
I was just in a store, a bookstore the other day that is a local one. I will not name who they are, and I don't know what happened. They used to have this big kidlit section, and it seems to have disappeared. And I don't know if it's just a like they moved stuff around or something since I was last in there. But there's a couple of stores that we lean on as being like, if you go to these stores, you're going to find really, really good, interesting, artsy, fun things that you wouldn't find in a regular, like a Barnes and Noble kind of thing, where you see weird, like foreign books that just are not commonplace. And so like I need to get out to those stores more often, just in general. I also have the downside of every book that I buy, I can also chalk up to teaching.
Oh
The sense of
yeah.
like, oh, I can use this in class. And so it's very hard to not see the value in every single book that I get my hands on. It is not great in that sense. I mean,
Oh yeah.
you're deducting all those on taxes, right?
Absolutely. It's all
Yeah.
work. Totally.
I always feel like I say that, and then like some people are. I'm always worried that that's going to come back to bite me, in some like IRS agent that's going to go, well, is this really part of, and it's like, actually it kind of is, but it does feel sort of scammy. And
I mean, truly performing my work, but I'm so afraid of getting in trouble that I like don't deduct as much as I probably should.
yeah, I don't deduct movies, but supposedly you can.
Really?
I know people that do, just because of the idea of like story structure and like going and you know, there is a value to going and listening and hearing how these stories play out and whatnot, and how to wrap your head around it. But I don't feel safe doing that one.
Wow. Oh yeah. Okay.
I know some folks that will. Yeah, it's not unheard of. I think it's dangerous, that one in particular. But you know, all the classic stuff like websites and things like that, of course, I will deduct away without issue. How did you? Because when you were in school, this is a challenge that because I teach this, I'm always curious as to like what people's history is with this question. But how much prep did they give you before you walked out the door? Like over taxes? Did they go over contracts and stuff with you, or was it more just like figure it out?
There was one class that was sort of like practical application of illustration class, and the teacher was super cool and he was very helpful, and he went out, it was like a little bit of promotion, I remember, and then they showed us how to structure an invoice, and there were like a little bit of business practical stuff. So I wasn't like completely unprepared.
Yeah.
But I do know that's a common complaint where art school teaches you how to make art, but then not how to handle your business.
Yeah. It's one of those things where like I've just heard such different things across the board, and I don't know if I've ever asked anybody from SVA in particular, or from the era in which you were there, because that was the time frame where stuff really started to shift a little bit more in my mind towards like oh, professional practice is a thing that needs to be taught in the classroom on a much more regular basis. But prior to that, it was sort of like, yeah, figure it out on your own.
Yeah.
So how did you learn the ins and outs?
Well, I got an agent. Like right after I got my first book published, I was able to then get an agent. And so then my agent handles money and helps me through stuff. And I love that I don't have to think about money
Yeah.
most of the time.
Was it was there a point in which you were trying to do it yourself though, or was it pretty quickly after that you got that agent that it sort of got taken over by, or the money aspect was handled?
Yeah, it was after. Like I used my first book deal before the book was even published, once I like had the actual offer, and I tried to get an agent right away because I'm not good with numbers. I'm not good with like just advocating for
Yeah.
myself and dealing with like business and contracts. And I was just always so afraid of contracts. I feel like I was getting screwed over somehow, and in just a way that I didn't understand. And so I just really wanted an agent. And I know some people are like, I'm handling it on my own. I get all my money. It's way better for me. But I am happy to share my money if someone handles all that like icky stuff. Because before I had an agent, I was doing like smaller gigs, and I would have to go back and forth, and people would like give me this low number, and then I would ask for more, but then feel really guilty and bad about it, and then they would like not give me more, and then I would just go into the project feeling resentful. And now like I eliminate all of that, where my agent says like, here's this job, what do you think? And then she does the back and forth. I don't hear about it, and then I'm just given like, all right, here's your final number, and I'm like, cool, let's start this project, and I'm not thinking about
Yeah,
money.
I learned fairly early on when I had an agent. It was not kidlit stuff. It was advertising that really taught me the lesson. Which I had an agent, and I was like, okay, this is just what you do. And then I got an offer for a advertising gig. And do you know how advertising works? The way that the pay structure works on that?
No, not as much.
Okay. The gist is you like say there's an advertising agency that's out there. They're interested in using you. What they do is they put out a call to a bunch of agents or a bunch of artists and say, we have this gig for this client. So it's the advertising agency is saying, like, let's say it's McDonald's. Sure. They say, we have an advertising thing we're doing with McDonald's. We're going to do a spot illustration that can run in magazines across the country, et cetera, et cetera. We want to find out how much you would charge to do this work.
Mm.
So instead of you being told how much they will pay, you have to put together a thing saying, this is how much I would charge. And so like it's a very strange thing. And then they go and they take all the artists they like to McDonald's in this case, show them the different bids that people have. McDonald's says, this is the artist we would like to go with. And then they come back and they hire that person.
Mm.
And then what I found out though was I was doing all these editorial gigs, and I had thought that some of the books that are out there, the Graphic Artist Guild book, I thought some of these things were like highly inaccurate in their pricing, because I just had not seen those kind of numbers. And then this advertising thing came, and my agent said, I'll work up a draft of what we would charge. I was like, great, go do that. I was very happy to have him do that. And what I was expecting was him to come back with like something in the low four-figure range, like very low four-figure range, and came back with a decent five-figure range.
Nice.
Amount. And I was like, wait, what? This isn't like, you're asking, or you're saying too much. You're saying that a price that we're not going to get and whatnot. And then lo and behold, they took it. I got a kill fee because they decided to drop the project. But I learned in that moment, without getting into the numbers, I learned in that moment that I was underselling myself and not giving enough credit to sort of like some of the numbers I was seeing in books and things of that sort. And so all of a sudden I realized, oh, I need an agent. I need someone that knows this stuff, because I would have charged way less than what he was able to get. And so now just that idea of like someone who understands, it's so nice to just like be able to sit back and go like, yeah, they not sit back and do nothing, but sit back and just go, I trust the process that they know because they've been doing this for so long, or they have that expertise. Did you
Love it.
like the idea of negotiating? Is, to me, that's awful. I hate having to negotiate because of that, like underselling and not believing enough in myself price wise. Did you have experience prior to that where you undersold?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I am not good at valuing my work. Yeah, it always just feels like, oh, it's just a gift that I get to do this, so I
Yeah.
should be grateful for anything. Yeah, I would not value myself well.
With the agent, how did you get your agent?
I submitted to her based on the guidelines on her website. I had the book deal, and then I had another book dummy that I had made, so that's what I sent her.
Do you have any sense? Because like obviously having a book deal already sort of going proves that, hey, you know what you're doing, kind of situation. But do you have any sense what it was that made her say yes?
Yeah, I think it was the fact that like I'm already proved that I can get hired, and then she did seem to like the dummy that I had made, and we keep trying to get it published. Like still, I think just last year we sent it out again, and we were like, come on, someone's gotta like
Someone's gonna bite.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a little bit weird. Like there's not a gimmick to it, but there's like a sort of like thing about the way that the physical book is structured that is cool, but people just aren't willing to take the risk on it. And so I feel like that's the book that I'm just going to hang on to. And then if I ever like make it big, if I ever win an award or get some sort of acclaim, then I'll have the power to be like, now we'll publish it. Now you'll take a risk. Like there's so many artists out there who could just kind of like do whatever they want just based on their name.
I was thinking about that the other day of just like, yeah, that threshold in which you're famous enough that your name will automatically equate to sales.
Yeah, how cool.
Like, it doesn't, and not to say that the books are bad of any sort, but just you cross a threshold wherein your name means, hey, this book is of quality just because of the name that's attached. And that would be very fun at some point to get to that level. It's interesting. Like I was thinking in that same aspect of sort of how much do agents and publishers and things pay attention to sales on books, and especially with like some of the students that I have when they're asking about like, how do you land an agent and how do you manage this? And obviously like the idea of having work to show that you've done this before, that you have some understanding of how the structure of the industries work is helpful, but also there is that like pure sales aspect that comes into it. So let me ask you a question real quick about sort of promotion wise. What are you doing? I mean, I know social media is sort of the go-to, and I know there's this aspect of how many people want to stay on Meta products versus jump to other things, and cross promoting. I'm of the mindset where like I'm going to stay on Meta or Instagram, let's put it that way, because of something like this. It just doesn't, like Blue Sky doesn't have the option to do live feed video things at this point. But are you exploring some of the other media or some of the other sources of social media out there? What are your thoughts on sort of how all of that is playing out at this point?
I am on Blue Sky. I've been really discouraged with Instagram for years, like ever since 2020. It's been just like downhill for me because like the heyday of Instagram for me was 2019, 2018, and 2019. And it just felt like I would post something, people would engage with it. I would have like a dialogue, it was a back and forth, like lots of like lifting each other
Yeah.
up. Like people would like stuff, I would like their stuff. I would like, uh, do a story and people would interact with it. Like it just felt like I can feel the community and it was very fun. And then the algorithm changed and now I'm back to feeling like I'm just throwing artwork into the void. It's so lonely and discouraging. So I've been like not happy with Instagram for a while, but then obviously just recently when all the people I really, not all the people, but many people I really like are leaving. And so then that feels bad. And I did try Blue Sky. Like I'm on Blue Sky technically, but it's just like Twitter, it's words, and I am not a word person. I feel like there's no other social media that quite matches what Instagram was, and it's just like being about pictures and sharing artwork. So I'm gonna just keep sticking it out and just kind of
Yeah.
waiting to see what happens.
I was having a conversation with my students the other day that there was an agent that I was talking to, a former art director, agent, etc., about where do you find the artists that you know that you work with and whatnot. And it was really, it just boiled down to, well, Instagram. That's the spot. And as much as I love Blue Sky and as much as I love some of these other ones for the things they are, yeah, it is not the same visually, like the structure in which some of the other sites are out there, they do not work the same way as something like this. And it's not to say that I think one's better than the other, or that or quality wise or content wise, but I mean, there's the challenge of just, if you want to be seen, there's certain things you got to do, and if you want to have conversations, there's certain things you got to do, and I don't think you can just chalk it up to like I always, and folks probably know this from me now, but the Kara app at this point, everybody jumped on that, and that thing is dead.
Yeah.
I don't know if you get the same sense, but I get nothing on that at this point.
Well, I went up there too when everyone was like, "We're abandoning Instagram, go to Kara," and so I account, and then it was like a beta version or whatever, and then I somehow like created an account without a password, and now I can't get back in. So it's dead because I can no longer use it.
That's funny. I think I have like a couple of accounts that are in that same range out there. One of the things I've been talking to students about, and sort of shows up the situation of like, get the accounts for all the different things out there so no one else can have yours, like name.
Yeah.
But there are certain accounts that I've gotten, and I'm probably never ever going to do anything with, but I just don't want someone else putting awful stuff up there, and somehow it's being associated with me in any way.
That's good.
Is there are there, with social media and going out there and sort of like getting your work seen, are there things that you do that, because obviously like you have a following on Instagram, and there's people that like your work and share your work and things of the sort, but are there things that you try to do on the social media side that you think you get more traction with, as far as like interaction with people that you want to talk to?
I just had a meeting with someone at my agency who does like, who's like the social media specialist, and she hosts like monthly meetings, which is a very cool, nice thing that my agency offers. And so we were talking about this, where I'm a negative Nancy, and I feel like honestly nothing I'm doing right now on Instagram is working. But for a while, it used to be reels, I guess, and then everything changes so often. And then I just heard that the channels, what's it called?
Oh,
Broadcast channel is like a new thing that they're trying to push.
yeah.
But I haven't started that yet. And that's another like words thing where I feel like I'm just visual. I connected with the most people just over like we compliment each other on artwork and ask each other questions.
It's a
I
it
don't
is a very frustrating thing to have to deal with the changes that are happening all the time. I know that like I was I was sharing some information about social media the other day with students, and we had this conversation where I pulled up this slide of like, oh, here's the stuff you should do when you're posting stuff on social media, and it was 6 months old, maybe, this slide that I had, and it was already out of date because the algorithms have changed so much, or the way in order to get people to notice your work has changed so dramatically in such a speed that it was null and void. Let's put it that way at this point. So it's a little frustrating that you have to like always move and ebb and flow with all of this information, and you never know exactly what's going to stick, what isn't, and it just problematic all around in my mind.
I agree. And truly, like something that you could catch on to, that you figure out, like, oh, this is getting me a lot of traction. The next week, it'll be the exact opposite thing that they're pushing. So it's impossible to predict unless your job is that. But my job is making
Yeah,
artwork, not
yeah,
influencer.
and the other thing too is just like with the effort. I mean, yeah, you mentioned it's just the idea of like it's not your job, it's not the thing that we all signed up to do, and
Yeah.
it is the thing that you kind of have to do in order to like be seen. But I the idea of like the reason why the Kara app, I think, crashed and burned, at least in my eyes, and I'm not saying that people that are on that are like idiots or anything of the sort, but the reason why I don't think it has the traction that it should is that on a business sense, I'm not talking to the people that I want to be talking to. I'm talking to people who are like looking at artwork, and that's fine, but part of the reason why I have social media is to network. And
Yeah.
networking is not always networking with people who like my work because they are fans. Sometimes it's networking with people that are more than that, or have the potential to get me jobs. Because I know that, like, I don't. Have you gotten jobs from social media?
When I just like my career started right when it was great. So I don't have proof that
Yeah,
I did, but a couple art directors that reached out were like showed me examples of my Instagram work. So like I think they saw my work on Instagram, then reached out to
yeah.
me. And yes, I do, really helpful.
So yeah, I mean, in a way, that is proof. That is straightforward proof that it is connected. And I know that I have gotten the benefit of social media proof in that same way from some or like I've gotten jobs. It hasn't necessarily shown up in the DMs. They're not like me.
Right.
They're going like, "Hey, we got a job for you." But I know that people have found my work on the internet via social media and then offer jobs through my website.
Yeah. And I'm just wondering, like, does that happen still? Is that gonna happen anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have a feeling that again, art directors and people who are the buyers are probably going to stay with what they are comfortable with, and
Mm-hmm.
maybe people who are new to the industry, like new agents and new folks like that, might start using some of these other sites. But I just don't. Who knows at this point? It is all so up in the air across the
Mm-hmm.
board that I can't really. I don't know if I want to predict any of it going forward. Let's put that way.
Yeah. I'm so glad that you still have this community though. Like this is awesome. I love hanging out with people on your Gab'n
Well,
Doodle.
I mean, that's the sole reason probably why I would stay on Instagram is the network here is built up enough that like, and the access to being able to do this just because it's the formatting of Instagram and having live videos and things of the sort. But this series has been a godsend of sorts for me for like networking and meeting people. Like I don't know when I would have met you if it wasn't tonight on Instagram here. When's, you know, I'm not going out to Minnesota on a regular basis, and I'm assuming you're not going out to New York. Well, I guess maybe you are.
Sometimes. But yeah, cool.
It's but it's worth it just for like the community aspect to chat with.
Yeah.
Do you have a crick group?
No, not necessarily, but I do have some friends that I regularly hang out with, and we talk about the projects we're working on, sort of just like giving each other moral support and encouragement and stuff. But there's only been a couple of times where we've shown each other things we're working on and like asked for help.
Yeah. Is that are those folks? I can't even say it. The folks that you're talking about, are they in the Kidlit community, or is it just artists in general?
Yeah, Kidlit community specific.
My wife just said, I just started following the Blue Sky Flashes Blue account. I don't know what that even means. Oh, I guess there's some conversation happening in the comments here that I missed. Mike Patrick. Do you know Mike Patrick? Do you know his work?
No, I don't think so. Maybe I'd recognize the work. I don't know the name.
He does really cool. He did these. He started getting into like the, what I want to say, the I can't even think of it. Like really young graphic novel range.
Oh,
sort of early graphic novels for kids, or you know, for young kids that are in the graphic novel sort of format, that are really fun. And he's out in the Midwest. I think he's out in Chicago, if I remember correctly. If Mike's watching right now, he can chime in and say yes, or no. But they're having a conversation about something in the background about Blue Sky. My wife has to sit here and listen to these every single Thursday, non-stop. She has to put up with me on a regular basis, and then also has to sit and listen to me talk for 4 hours every Thursday, and probably heard every story that's ever come out of my mouth.
That's love.
Yeah. What do you? So outside of, I know you mentioned early at the top that you like the outdoors, and I forget what it was. I feel like there was something that was the hobby outside of the gym, and maybe I'm thinking something else. But what do you do besides art? What's the like the big draw outside of being an artist?
Well, dogs are my life, so dogs, but also I play volleyball.
Okay.
And I play volleyball pretty regularly, like 2-3 times a week, and then sometimes I play tournaments. And last year I played like an adult nationals tournament, so it's not a big deal, but it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, that's not. I was about to say, like, is this just like fun, or is this like serious volleyball? But that sounds like it's serious volleyball.
Yeah. I mean, it's not super serious, but like I played in high school and then I went to art college, and there were no sports teams at art college. So I didn't play volleyball in college, but I'm playing now as an adult with people who did play in college. So like they're pretty good, and it's competitive and fun. And I think it's probably ruined my knees. I'm learning, but I can still play.
And tell me, this is. Okay, I need to know these bits of information for volleyball, because I don't quite understand it. I mean, I understand how volleyball works, but
okay,
how tall is the net?
Oh, numbers? I don't know numbers. I don't know any facts.
Okay, and then I was going to ask. So that question's out the door. And then I was going to ask, are you able to spike it over the net?
Yes, absolutely. That's the fun part. I play women's and co-ed. There's like all sorts of forms of volleyball. So there's the regular like sixes volleyball. So I can play women's sixes or co-ed sixes. And the co-ed net is higher than just the women's net. And I can hit on both of those. And then I play indoor, and I also play sand. And so there's different versions where you can play like sand sixes, sand fours, or sand doubles. And I like all of those. And I usually play co-ed in sand, and so the net's a little bit higher, and you're also playing in sand, so it's really, really hard to jump. But I can hit it over the net.
I am someone who does not have a good vertical. I'm a tall dude, but I don't have a good vertical. and everybody like always asks me if I play basketball or volleyball throughout the years, and I am not. I've never been able to do it, and I don't understand watching like the Olympics how these people are jumping. It seems like they're jumping up like spiking a ball at 15 feet in the air, but I just don't have any percent. I know how tall a basketball hoop is, but I don't have no idea how tall a volleyball net is.
Let's see. So if I reach my hand up, 6. Oh, I don't even want to say a number. I want to say like 8 or 9 feet, but I honestly don't know the number. I've never learned
That's still
the actual.
even that. That's even at that. That's like that's pretty high up there. I don't think I could do that. I mean, I'm 6'2" ish. I've shrunk, but at 6'2" I could never dunk and all these.
You could hit the net. You just reach your arm up.
Oh.
You could definitely do it. There's a little bit of like top spin, arcing. You could definitely do it.
Okay, that makes me feel better. You're boosting my ego in the process by saying I could actually do that.
You could. Confidence in you.
And then with volleyball, does that what position? Like I know there's positions, but rotate and you have to serve periodically, and you have to like there's some rotation that happens. At least on the Olympic stuff, I don't know if it's the same with what you're doing, but are you? Is there a position that you play normally?
Yes, I usually play, this will mean nothing to you, but I play right side or middle, and I play right side because I'm left-handed, and the whole entire world and all sports are structured around right-handed people, so I have to do everything backwards, and it's a little bit more difficult. So playing middle is difficult as a left-handed person, which I understand is gibberish. But then in a lot of my...
I mean, you're an artist who's left-handed too, which is a whole nother... That's a whole nother thing. You're in Smear City on a regular basis.
Absolutely. I think that's maybe why I don't like drawing with pencils. I only do colored pencils, and I think I tell myself that I use media that doesn't smudge so that I can like just get over making mistakes. Like I have tried mixing Copic markers and watercolor on one of my dogs here, and it didn't blend and work, and I'm like so furious that it's bad. I'm trying to move on from it and learn and make mistakes, but yeah, I feel like I have to use colored pencils so that I'm not just smudging everything, because smudging was my life. Like all throughout school I had that like graphite palm of my hand.
Yep. Hey, I'm right-handed and I still have that. I bet you like right now I'm gonna look and see what I got on the bottom of my hand. I got paint and stuff, not necessarily like dry materials, but I do have stuff all over the bottom of my hand. The thing that I end up with, and I don't, it's sort of probably more my issue of, I end up with sticky fingers by the end because I'm using glue. And so I just have lots of little things stuck everywhere, and I have to go like clean these hands afterwards to get anything that is not sticky to survive for the night. And then, speaking of sort of, well, no, that's a bad segue. I was trying to figure out if I could segue this easily, but I can't. With the work that you are doing, are there projects and stuff that are coming up that you can share with the crowd, or is it all hush hush at this point?
I honestly don't even know what I'm allowed to share on certain books. Like, if Frank is still here, he might say, but like, there will be more things.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm allowed. Like the PW announcement hasn't been made, but there's This Is How We Play has a sequel called This Is How We Talk, and that's coming out this fall. And then I did work on a super freaking cool project that I'm not allowed to talk about, so I won't get into details, which will probably be super annoying, but it's not kids book related, but it is something that everybody in the whole country would understand and recognize and see. And then I just heard, like, it was supposed to come out, I did the job, everything's approved, and then it's supposed to come out in 2026, but then now there's talk that it might come out in 2027, and I feel so uncertain about the state of the world, where I'm like, this institution might not even exist in 2027. You can't do this to me. Like, I was so excited to have this project that finally everyone would recognize, and then it might not even happen.
Yeah, that you threw some mysteries in there. You said this institution, which makes me go, okay, what is this institution they're talking about? Oh,
What could it?
I know. I have some idea, but I don't have every idea here. So I'm gonna have to do a little bit of digging later. I noticed, like, you did the one book, the Oscar's Voyage, with the what is it, the Minnesota History Museum?
Yeah, Historical Society.
What was that? Was that a sort of independent thing? Because obviously they published it, but it wasn't one of the big five. It was them doing it. But what was that experience like, working with that historical? Like, was there lots of oversight to make sure that it matched the history involved?
It worked exactly like any other publisher. Like the Minnesota Historical Society, I think, is a thing, and then the Minnesota Historical Society Press is a publisher. So they do not like a lot of books, but I think a handful of books every year. So they've done picture books before. They're usually just Minnesota themed in some way, or there's like the author has a connection to Minnesota.
Yeah.
And they were awesome to work with because they were small and personalized, and we're both, the author was from Minnesota. So I actually did the most book press I've ever done for any other book with them because it's so local. So they like had us go up to Duluth where the book takes place, and we did a bunch of events around like the Maritime Museum and Lake Superior and the Duluth area, and it was really cool working with them.
Oh, Duluth and Brainerd. You mentioned these names, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember all those. Okay, wait, I have a question for you. This is a Minnesota question. Where's Paul Bunyan from? Is he from Minnesota, or is he from somewhere else?
I sure hope he's from Minnesota, because I did an illustration about Minnesota things and Paul Bunyan was in it. So I do think he's a Minnesota legend.
That's the thing. Like, I'm used to him being Minnesota because of like Brainerd, and like they have the big sculpture there and whatnot. But then I was doing some research on him at one point for a project idea, and then I saw like, oh no, he's Maine, or he's Canada, or these things, and there wasn't as much mention of Minnesota. And I thought it was crazy, because Minnesota is, like, to me, that's where Paul Bunyan's from. And
How interesting that just everyone in the North is
claiming him.
Yeah.
And it's clear that he's Minnesota born and raised and whatnot. It's one of those things, like, growing up, I always assumed that he was just like, that was a Minnesota folklore and not a national folklore of sorts. But there's other people that try to claim them, and they're wrong.
Yeah, they must be wrong, right? We can feel confident.
It's like I have certain Minnesota pride for certain things, and I feel like that was one of them. The Prince.
Oh yeah,
you have to love Prince. Are you a Prince fan? I mean, I know he's no longer with us, but
I enjoy several of his songs, and I guess my husband doesn't have to have the loyalty because he's Pennsylvanian. He's not a Minnesotan, but he does not like Prince, and I can see both points. I can see why someone would and why someone would not be a fan of Prince.
I'm not sure how you're staying with him after a event like that, because Prince is better than most. It's funny because I didn't even like listen to a lot of his. I mean, I listened to stuff that was on the radio and stuff when it came out, but I was not a big Prince fan back in the day. Nor am I someone who's like, I gotta hear the newest, or I guess not newest, because there are no more newest, but there is a pride of the fact that I grew up so close to Paisley Park.
Okay.
I mean, we lived. I'm gonna guess maybe a mile away, because it's in Chanhassen, I think, or just outside of it, or something like that. And so, like, it was close by when I was a little kid. Now, did I know who he was at the time? No, but there's still a pride thing of I grew up close to that I like to hold on to.
Right.
And then, shoot, now I won't ask any more Prince things. But as far as you said, you go back to New York on a regular basis?
Well, actually, yeah, now I do because my brother lives there, but I have been going there since I was 12.
Okay. The with going back towards something like New York, is it, or obviously your brother, but is there do you go back at all for the publishing side, for like networking, or is it primarily just on a social venture?
I wanted to make that a thing, and I did once in 2019. I went out to New York, and then my agent set up a bunch of meetings with various art directors, and I got to see the publishing houses, and it was super cool. And I think I actually did get some jobs from that, just like meeting people in person and showing my face and being like, hey, I'm a person who wants to illustrate. But then stopped after the pandemic, and I don't know if that's ever going to start again because people aren't in their offices. It's just like touring the publisher isn't a thing anymore. I don't know.
It's one of those things, like I said, I've never been to the publisher, and so like because you have that connection in New York, I didn't know if there was a go-to like visit to go see all the publishers and whatnot. It's one of those things where I think there's an assumption from a lot of folks that like that's what everybody does, and you get to know the publishers well and whatnot. But I don't necessarily do that on a regular basis. I'm a sit at home and stew in my own corner type person. Oops, I'm dropping stuff in the background. I'm trying to make one other little doggy just for fun. I don't want to touch the other one too much because there isn't much that it's important to it left. So I'm trying to figure out if I can draw a little doggy so I'm getting more paper, but it's we'll get it. So tell me a little bit about hopes and dreams for the future. Talk to me a little bit about sort of like, are there things that you want to accomplish as an illustrator, as an artist, as a maker, what have you?
Yes, I kind of have a little bit of trouble with hopes and dreams because I'm real hard on myself, and and my hopes and dreams are not in my control. And so I've over the years had to change what my goals are because I can't have a goal of winning an award when that's completely out of my control. So I want to like focus on goals that I can achieve. Like I want to do more. I want to make more cover illustrations in my portfolio because I would love to do more covers and like interior black and white. And so that's like I have control over that. I can spend time making black and white illustrations. I can like write more, like especially with my husband. So working on projects that really excite me. But like all of my goals are so based on just like next achievement steps that I can't control it. Like, do you have those? Like, is that a goal of yours to be like, I want a New York Times bestseller, or is that just only crazy people like me?
No, I want stuff like that. Like I would love to have a big hit book of stuff. My goal is less, I guess, less driven by a distinct award and more about security. And so like I want to have a book that brings in enough money, and it's not just about money, but brings in enough money that I don't have to worry about money as much in the future. And if that entails some big award, or if that entails something that is like that, then yes, I would love that to happen. Like you said, it's totally out of my control, and I can't necessarily do anything to make that happen, or to to make that a reality. But I would love to have that. To me, that's a much more manageable goal, is to think about security and not about the award or the how that happens. Because sometimes the book that may bring you security may not be an award winner. It might be a real clunker of an idea that just connects with people in the right way. Or it's not the most beautiful book but is a silly book that just has longevity because people attach to it in some manner. And so I think in general that's my like goal in art making and whatnot, is not the to become the award winner household name situation, but just I would like to continue doing this for a long time, and that's the goal. And what gets me there is what I want, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I love that. It's a great goal. Just have it be your career, and then you can live off of it. But do you feel like there are specific steps that you can take to get to that goal?
I think there are, yeah. I think some of it is just learning constantly. Some of it
Hmm.
is evolving on a regular basis. And then I would also think that, like, there are workshops and certain criteria that are necessary in order to get better and to get closer to that goal. But as far as like, is there a path to like winning an award that would get that to happen? No, I have no clue how to do any of that.
Hmm.
I think it's more so just like understanding the market, understanding my place in it. And I think the best thing I could do, honestly, and I think for most people in general, is just it sounds so dumb. I don't like this terminology, but sort of be true to yourself.
Hmm.
And I think part of the challenge of what's held me back, or is still probably even holding me back, is like I don't know what is the true aspect for me yet. I need to like feel that out and understand um, who I am more, and I'm doing that as I get older and understand more about sort of like my goals and interests as an artist. But I don't know, that's really like convoluted. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there is some way to make it a little bit easier on me.
No, I love that. I love that it's like it's a tangible thing. Like you have a goal and you think just learning and growing is the way to get there. That's
I mean, I do.
wonderful.
I mean, I don't know about you. Is maybe this is a good question that I could sort of throw back at you in the sense of when you are making your work. I assume that your work has gotten, and I don't know what it was like when you were in school and stuff, but I assume that your work has gotten better and better and better every single year. And,
Hmm.
I mean, if it hasn't, then I don't know. I assume it has. It has, right? It has. Yeah.
Infinitely better, yes.
Okay. Um, to me, that's it right there. If I can get my work to just constantly be getting better on a regular basis, which I think it is, then I'm in good shape.
Yeah.
It might take me 1 year. It might take me 10 years. It might take me 20 years. But if I keep getting better at an exponential rate, then eventually something is going to connect. Something is going to stick in a way. And that's all that I can really sort of ask for in this situation. I don't know. It's like I have hopes and dreams for. Yeah, I guess it really just boils down to like longevity. And I don't
Hmm.
want to do. I don't know about you, but I don't want to do this until I'm dead. That's not my that's not my goal in life. Um, I want to relax eventually.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. I hadn't gotten that far in my mind.
I mean, it's there's plenty of artists that work right up until the end. And
Yeah.
I don't want to be that person. I want to be able to like slow down and not have to make work in order to provide. Let's put it that way. Um, but I don't know
Yeah.
what age that is. I mean, I'll probably make art for the rest of my life, but I just don't want it to be a career for the rest of my life.
Totally. Yeah, I know my husband is like putting a number on it because he's like, my body
Yeah.
physically can't handle this
Oh,
job.
his hair, I bet you as a tattoo artist, like bending over and the vibration on the hand has got to be awful.
For sure. Even as I'm working on this, I have like my stand that's lifted up. I'm tilting my paper so that it's comfortable for me. But when you're working on someone's body, like their body's just laying there, that's all they can do. You can only like like do so much to make yourself comfortable, and then the rest you have to contort to get around certain areas. So it's a filler on the back.
And he's probably had to get down in some weird, awkward places to tattoo. I bet he is. Well, like the places on people, let's put it that way, are probably not always the most fun situation.
You
Has he told you horror stories?
Yeah, I get to hear about all his clients.
And are there things that are like horrifying to hear, even coming from like a situation where art school, you hear a lot of, like, you've seen a lot of weird things in art school. Everybody does.
Yeah.
But are some of the stuff that he tells you about just shocking?
Not so much anymore, because he's like sort of established himself as a person who does a specific black and white style with like animals and flowers, and he gets to choose who he tattoos after having a consultation with them. So he takes on projects that he wants to do, and so he doesn't have to do anything super like weird and uncomfortable anymore. He can just say like, nope, your idea doesn't resonate with me. Someone else would be better for you. But there are, just weird body things where like he tattooed someone's throat and like
not cool.
Yeah.
That's like the I mean, I can imagine there's probably far worse than that, but the throat does not sound fun as a place to be tattooed, and to have someone like put a needle against.
Yeah. It's hard for everyone because she's like talking and breathing, and it's like it's very difficult.
I'm not okay with that.
Yeah. It's good to have your boundaries.
That person was wrong in their choice.
Yeah, judgment.
Is there things that you think are connected between what he does and what you do, in the sense of like I mean, obviously clientele, that's similar across the board, and I understand that end of it, but are there other similarities that sort of pop up?
Yeah, the same like problem solving. Like someone gives a vague idea of what they want, and they don't know what they want until they see what they don't want, and the back and forth of dealing with clients, and just coming up with ways that best illustrate a certain idea and mood. There's like, yeah, the similarities.
Is it funny that, I know this is going to sound weird because it's totally tangential, but this piece I'm working on now, I'm liking so much better than the piece I did all night.
Oh, yeah.
Little tiny dog is so much more fun than thing that I spent hours on. I don't know why.
Yep, that sounds right. That sounds like the life of an artist.
I just this on a different level for me, of like the playfulness and sort of whatnot. But I hate the fact that like the piece I did before is fine, but it's there's something like just innately like sweet about the simplicity of something like this. How often do you get to play?
Once a week. Now I go to figure drawing every Sunday at MCAD, and that is where I play and learn and make mistakes, and then I really should do it more. But I have the issue where, like you said, you did something that's just like no big deal, super fast and fun, and that was like you're really happy with it, and then you spend a lot of time on something else and you're not as happy with it. Like I feel like if I'm making art for myself and I spend all day doing it, and then at the end I don't like it, I understand like intellectually that it was still important. I still learned. I still like it was still valuable. But there's a part of me that's like, well, that was a waste of time. Like, what a waste of day. And then I just made it for me, and then I don't matter, and I should have been doing something else that was more productive. So I have a hard time playing around. But this spring and summer, I have this studio now. I'm forcing myself to get out here. I kind of want to just like work on stuff that's messy. Like I want to have a big canvas and do like those pour paintings and splatters and like be messy, be free. I want to do resin. I want to do sculpture. I want to try and just do other things that is different from my very careful uptightness.
Is your studio big enough to do some of those?
Yeah. It's like 8 by 10
Oh, that's pretty good.
feet.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah,
nice.
it's a good book.
The there's so many folks I know that have studios, and they're tiny little spaces, and so
Hmm.
that is an 8 by 10 is pretty good. I have this space that is like relatively large, but it just has lots of stuff in it that's
Hmm.
that I need to clean out over time. Um, I'm trying to think. I had a little sketch. I don't remember where these eyes were on this dog. Put two little eyes like that. Is there with the studio space that you have now? Because you work primarily digitally, correct? Okay.
Yep.
So with the studio space that you have now, is there and you work? Correct me if I'm wrong, because it's been a long sort of night of questions. Um, but the space that you have now, you is not the space that you do your professional work in.
Correct.
Okay. So in this space, do you have the capability though of jumping into some of the what I want to say, like the digital aspects, or is it truly meant as a like no digital stuff happens here?
Yeah, no digital allowed, man.
Get your computers out of here. Is that really,
Yeah,
this is like,
we have like
yeah,
technology around here.
computers are not allowed?
Exactly. I have to just be free. I mean, I have my iPad out if I ever need photo reference for
Yeah.
something, but I'm not do any fiddly digital stuff. Just
And then
mess.
do you think that there's going to be any creep over? Like, do you think either way, like, do you think that your because now you have this space to dedicate towards a little bit more of a analog making, do you think that that's going to become part of your regular process more, or is that something wherein um, you think that, even vice versa, that your digital aspect is going to start to uh, delve into, because you've been working with digital for so long, delve into sort of the more fine art or the more messy approach?
I'm really hoping that they inform each other and I start like creating some cool crossover stuff, and when I'm maybe I'll start making cool textures and then scan them in and then use them in my digital work somehow. I'm open to all possibilities, and I do hope stuff like that happens where maybe my digital work will even get a little bit
Yeah,
freer. Who knows?
that's what I'm wondering. Just because you from the sound of it, that you've been working on the computer for so long, and now all of a sudden you have this opportunity to like uh, screw up, to make mistakes, to get your hands dirty, and then I imagine that will somehow influence your making and your interest level in sort of material choice and things as you go along.
Yeah, for sure. Also, getting more into traditional media as much as I can when I'm not working on a project is important for me to just like fight this fight against AI. Like I feel like if that's what it takes, if I have to go completely traditional, like I'm gonna do it just to prove I'm not using any AI. Like I'm so anti that. So this feels like insurance policy almost to be like, no, see, I can
Well,
still do it.
let me ask you that question, because I know we're getting close. Just to give you a heads up, we got about 15 minutes, and this the clock is going to run out on us. I.e., Instagram will stop recording us. But the idea of AI, there is so much talk around it right now. Lots of people sort of trying to figure out the logistics and how they connect or disconnect or things of that sort. I'm wondering sort of what is um, your take on AI? Obviously, I'm guessing against or anti, which is, in my opinion, the correct answer. But
Mhm.
sort of, are you actively trying to fight against it? Do you feel like it's something wherein it's, like you mentioned the idea of looking into analog, or analog being maybe a little safer bet right now, but I don't know if that's 100% true. Like, I don't know. There could be all sorts of things that tech wise that I don't understand how they're going to operate. Uh,
Mhm.
But sort of, what is your thought process on AI as a whole?
Yeah, AI really bums me out. It seems like there's always been the idea people in my life who are like, "Oh, Kayla, I have a great idea for a picture book. Like, make a book about this." And then they're like, "You write it and illustrate it." And I'm like, you came up with like it's just not that hard to come up with an idea. The whole like thing about make the book is who made it. So if you want me to write it and illustrate it, like you can't take credit for that. So I've always just had like that little resistance towards that. And then now I'm like, oh man, there's a whole bunch of idea people out there who are claiming credit for not having studied the craft at all, not understanding what makes a good image or a
Yeah.
good story. I don't know. I'm just very like, it bums me out a lot. And I have never really been an activist, but I'm feeling like motivated more and more as the days go on. But I don't know how to pronounce their last name, but do you know the artist Kaz Windness, I
Yep.
think? She's been super vocal about anti-AI, so I'm always like seeing what she says about it. So then I'm like, okay, that's the action. Like she's keeping me up to date on what's going on in the world of AI, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of those people where like I just don't know, and I know that there are folks that don't like this argument, but I'm sort of the mindset of like head down, make good art, and
Yeah.
I know that there's like the activism part of it is probably really really important, and maybe I need to be more involved in that side of it, but I'm also like I have so many other things on my plate right now that um, I I don't know how much I can devote um, to the activism side, but I definitely can like speak out against um, elements that I'm not happy with. And I also like one of the things I say to my students on a regular basis, inherently AI, I don't have as big of an issue with AI. I have an issue with the like I use the Band-Aid tool in Photoshop all the time. That's
Mm-hmm.
AI. I
Yeah.
the clone stamp all the time. That's AI. Where I have an issue is the scraping, the copyright, and all these other things. And right now, that's not something that we as artists have much say in. That's a problem for me. That's the heart of the issue. Um, not the
Mm-hmm.
not the tech itself, but the way that the tech is being used. And I think that there's a lot of times where people get the two mixed up. They
Mm-hmm.
this idea of people saying like, well, technology always changes and we blah blah, and it's like, yeah, I get that, but technology hasn't always like there in the world of education. There was this thought about, well, tech changed, and when the printing press got involved, all of a sudden there was this pushback against it because it was new and it was going to take over all these jobs, but it also wasn't stealing people's work in the process. It wasn't taking all the old books and like putting them in a blender or making paper and then producing something new. And so that's where like I have more challenge or more of an issue with it. Um, and so it's a it is a hot button issue, and I don't know as I don't know what the correct thing to do is.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That's a take though. You can tell you're a
what?
teacher. That's a smart take though. You can tell
Yeah,
you're
just
a teacher.
it's there are technology like there's people that say like, well, digital photo came in and that
Mm-hmm.
really ruined things, and it's like again, it's a tech question, and it's also a rights question, and that's where it becomes more complicated than just I'm against AI, because I'm not inherently against computers. I'm against certain actions, the
Mm-hmm.
methodology in which it's applied. Um, or there's the people who say like, I'm going to put in my own work and work on it, or then it's mine and it's not someone else's. But I
Mm-hmm.
also don't trust that the program isn't doing some other sort of scraping or using someone else's work. Like no one knows what happens in that machine. Even the programmers have admitted it, and so I'm a little hesitant. Let's put it that way.
Right. Yeah. Same.
I like this doggy now. This is my favorite thing I made in a long time.
Yeah, because dogs
Yeah.
are awesome. You can't go wrong with a dog.
I like his
So
little thick leg.
cute. Cute. That's, you captured the feeling of a dog. It's just joy,
Yeah, he's
happiness.
playful. The other ones are like the textures got away from him, so I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably post both.
Oh, good. Yeah, yeah. I
This
want to
one's
see both.
this one's the good one. I'm gonna tune in for a second and just sort of, man, you puzzle pieced your dogs in there, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to fix this one that went horribly, horribly wrong.
That's
Yeah, alcohol markers
that's the
apparently
challenge.
don't
The other
help.
one is like a couple of them are okay, but then there's moments where I'm just like, ugh, no, that's iffy. Um, I love the dog in the upper left hand corner that's upside down. That's
Thanks.
my favorite
That
of the bunch.
that dog, I know that position from my real life
Is there
very
only one
well.
cat?
Well, they're all dogs, but that one is more cat-like. Is this the one you're
The one in the
thinking?
upper right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I know someone said a
It,
cat earlier, and that's why I just assumed, but I can't, the detail on my end, I can't see enough detail in there to actually see the nuance in the face.
that's fair. Yeah, it's one of those little like Spitz
Oh,
Pomeranians.
gotcha. How many, have you had lots of dogs over the years?
Yes, well, I guess not a lot. I had one family dog, and then my husband and I had a dog when we were first together, and then now we have two. So not a
Yeah,
lot.
but basically all your life.
Yep. And these dogs agreed to live forever, so they'll be
How old are your dogs right now?
Oh, the one that was in here with me, he's 11, and then the other one's 7.
7. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, like, and they're big dogs too, so I'm trying to figure out like how, I don't even know what an old dog is. Are they older?
Yeah, I mean, the 11-year-old is considered
Oh,
a senior dog by the vet. Hoping he makes it to 15. I feel like that's possible based on like other dogs of the same size, but it would be so cool if he could push to 20.
we had a cat that lived till 21 or 22 or something like that, and it was shocking to a lot of people how old that cat was. Do you like cats too, or are you a dog?
I love them all. I love all animals. I'm actually watching my parents' cat right now while they're in Florida. Yeah, I've heard people say that you're either a cat person or you're a dog person, and that's fair. Like, I guess if I had to choose, I'd be a dog person, but I really love cats too.
I'm I like all, but I am a dog person, I think, through and through. Um,
Oh,
and I had cats only for a long time. But I think that just there's something about a dog, the like in your face, wagging tails, etc., that really has always gotten me more so, or has gotten me more so since I've gotten dogs. That has made the difference. And now I'm realizing as well, now that we have our little dogs compared to the big dog, I also think I'm a little dog person, more a big dog person, just because I can pick them up and they're more like toys.
oh, absolutely. That's great. It's a good size. And they just have that like soul connection when they look at you. You know that they're
Yeah,
understanding.
I mean, cats are cool, and maybe some cats are cooler than other cats. I understand that, but I just like the idea of when I come home, my dogs jump all over me because they're excited to see me. That
Yeah.
might come and look at the door, but they're lovely. But yeah, dogs. Now dogs are gross. At least our dogs are gross. Variety of ways. I
Mm-hmm.
pulled a paper towel out of our dog's mouth tonight that was like down in her stomach.
Whoa.
There were some tomatoes on it, and the cat knocked it off the counter, and it was this big long thing of paper towels that she was chewing on. But
Wow. You got
we got lucky. Yeah, she was, I think, about to choke.
no.
But she did it. We got her out. Okay, time wise, we have just a minute or so left. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch back to my face. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm gonna switch back to my face. Oh, there we go. And so we can have a proper send off. I've been doing it more recently. I think there are plenty of times where I've done it where I haven't switched back, but I'm trying to do this more often because it's a nice little way to send off. So have a lovely evening chatting with you.
Thank you so much for having me. This was super fun. Time flew.
Yeah, what is it? It's what, almost 11 there now? Yeah, I'm trying
Mm-hmm.
to remember where Central. Wait, East Central Rocky. Yeah, okay. Uh, no, this has been wonderful, and I know that I don't know how much you get online and chat with people as you work, but to me, this is the fun part of it, of just having a conversation. I forget who it was I was talking to recently, and they were talking about sort of feeling a little down because they're just in their studio all the time and don't get a lot of interaction. I'm like, there's ways to talk to people. You just got to set up the device or set up the time and make sure that it happens. So I truly do appreciate you joining me for the evening.
Oh, thank you so much. This is wonderful. And thank you to Lauren as well for setting this all up. This was, yeah, very fulfilling and enriching.
Lauren is the smarts. I'm I was about to say I'm the pretty face, but she's the pretty face too. I am I'm
the smart.
Yeah, I'm the hands that get on and do stuff. She's the one that's the real smarts behind the operation. So I'm sure she will. Oh yeah, she's saying she's the brains. She put it in the comments already. But so thank you again, and then we'll be in touch. And if you end up posting the piece, I would love it if you tag me, and then I'll tag you in what I post as well.
Excellent. I will. Thank you so much.
Go have a lovely evening, and pet those dogs for me.
I will do that for sure.
Your husband just said I'm the farts. So
yeah, I'm the smart.
Oh, okay.
Farts.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't catch the rhyming part. I just caught that he said he was the farts. But thank you again, and pet those dogs, and I'll be in touch.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much.
Bye. All right, everybody. Now it's just me. Again, next week we have on Chuck Ronick. I always struggle with putting an extra N in there. I want to say Chuck Ronick, but it's Nink. And he'll be joining us on Thursday at 8 p.m. So tune in for that. And otherwise, it's going to cut off in just a second. Y'all have a lovely evening. I'll see you next week. Bye.